Artlist.io. Music licensing reimagined. 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 Artlist.io.
Hello once again, fellow companies of the Brazilian series of poker all around the globe. Sejam muito bem-vindos e bem-vindas. We are happy to have you here with us for another day of BSOP Millions directly from the major city in Latin America. Yesterday we had the opportunity to see our second champion of the Super High Roller Series with the Moroccan Mehdi Chawin winning almost 500k US dollars after beating the Portuguese Ruben Lopes on a quick heads up that didn't take too much time to be decided. Day 3 of live broadcasting everything that goes on here at the WTC Sheraton, and get ready for some more action because today the stakes are higher and the prizes too. It's time and for Super High Roller 100k of the Brazilian series of poker live from São Paulo. It's poker night. And I'm super glad to have all of you here. Super glad. I'm Isadora, and it's a pleasure having you here for one more day of BSOP Millions 2025. And I'm not by myself. I have great company with me. Jeff, welcome for one more day. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. This is a pleasure. This is the 150K day 2, and we're going to see an unbelievable lineup. We're already, I believe, 30 plus entries and getting down to it, and there still was late reg available. So we're going to look at who's in, who's got chips, what's happening. Of course, we'll review. Yesterday, we saw a very dominant performance from Mehdi, the Moroccan. He took it down. He made a hero call for his tournament life with, I believe, there was maybe like 18 left. I saw one of the better bet calls I've seen in a long time, and he ended up going on to win the entire tournament, and it was electric. It was very fun to watch. Very big names in poker, watching them on their, putting on just a display. Great display of poker, and I got to say, I'm excited because it's an escalator. We're just getting bigger. Today, 30. Well, I don't know if I should say in US. Should I say in dollars or reais?
Let's do dollars. You
okay.
will do the conversion faster than I will.
So it's 30,000 roughly US today, and then we'll see a 50K in US dollar buying, and then a first ever 100,000, which is the 500,000 real. Of course, there's a conversion rate. It's not exactly that, but it is a 500,000 real buy, and that is historic. So we'll see that just keep going day by day. We are on day 3 and very excited to be here, and we are going to see some, I think, highlights as well from yesterday. We're going to get to break down some of the hands and talk about that. And Maria Ho, too, is coming on, I believe, shortly.
Yeah, we have Maria coming soon, but before, let's check out our social media because, again, I'm super excited to start this journey in the English broadcast with you guys. So I'm super happy to see that some of you already even have like some badges of super fans of our channel on our English channel. So I'm really glad to have all of you here. And don't forget to follow us on Instagram and on X, or formerly Twitter. Our username on that is both BSOP official, as you can see on our screen here. If you want to follow, please, or subscribe to our channel, to our English channel. It's BSOP English. And don't forget to follow us on Twitch as well. If you're on Twitch, our Twitch is BSOP Live. And don't forget also to go to bsop.com.br where you can check all of our stages throughout the year. And I'd like to remind you all that we already have our 2026 calendar set, and you can check that in the website. And also, I'd like to tell you that I'm super excited for BSOP Summer 2026. We're going to have a great summer here. We're going to go to Costa do Sauípe, which is a beautiful place. They're going to be in a full resort, all-inclusive, super great. I'm super excited for it, and I hope that we go as well because I want to enjoy it. And I hope that you come here as well in 2026.
When is that? What's the dates and what month is it?
It's in January 23rd to 31st, if I'm not crazy. I think it's that. But
which part of Brazil is that in?
It's in Bahia.
Oh, okay.
And it's like in English it would be Sauípe Coast. And it's a beautiful place. We're going to go to an all-inclusive resort, and that's where the thing's going to happen.
I've been there to Bahia before. Is that near Trancoso area, or no, is that a different part? Trancoso?
I don't know Trancoso. I think at this point you may know Brazil more than I do.
Wow. All right. I've been to Fortaleza. I've been a bunch of different spots.
Really?
Yeah, so it's beautiful. That area, Bahia, is very beautiful. Very
Which
beautiful.
places did you like the most?
All right, you're gonna grill me. I've been to Bahia. That's all I know. I couldn't tell you like specific parts of it, but I've gone there with my wife and family, and it's beaches and very beautiful. So yeah, I'm looking forward to checking that out. I'm hopefully gonna go to that. Hopefully we'll have the BSOP English. That's the plan, right? Keep it running and we're building it from scratch here, and Yeah, let's do it. Let's be there. Let's go. That'd be
I
fun.
hope that we're both going to be there. And I have someone else that I'm hoping that will be in Brazil as well as soon as she can. So I'd like to please welcome Maria Ho, the princess of poker, the queen, I would actually like to say. She will be also here in our start of the English broadcast. And we have our second day now of the Super High Roller Series. And I'm glad to have Maria with us. Maria, good morning, good afternoon. How are you doing?
Hi, it's good to see you both.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Or no, good morning. It's early there. What time is it, Maria? This is early for you, no? I mean, you're a go-getter, but this is
yeah.
early.
It's 9 a.m. here. It's okay. I can handle it. I'm responsible enough for the 9 a.m. call.
Very nice. Are you, and is that likely we'll see you in Brazil? You think in January? Is that time of year good for you, or are you usually is it tricky? End of January? Any other conflicts? I mean, I want to kind of put you on the spot and see if you're going to be in Brazil then.
I know. I feel like I can confidently say that I will come to Brazil at some point in 2026. I cannot make any guarantees about January, but next year it's looking good. So I expect both of you to show me around.
Absolutely. I mean, at this point, I think you'd be better to show her around Bahia than I would because it would be my first time in there. I'm still discovering Brazil as well, as if I don't live here for like 20 years.
Wow.
But still, I'm super excited for the possibility of having you
And
here
I
in
got to say, Maria,
2026.
this is also it's kind of fun to you've done a lot of the biggest commentary in the world, and we've done Tritons, we've done WSOPs, you've done ESPN, but it's cool to build something. That's what I think is fun about this. It's like it's looking up and it's like, oh, there's there's only this many people on, but it's literally a brand new channel. This is day 3 of kind of building the BSOP English version, which is fun. I mean, I know we've started different projects and done things, and building is cool. And it's yesterday we had, I think 80, almost 90 viewers after day 2. It's nice and it's fun, and we're building something nice here. So it's great to have Maria, Brian Rast, Isadora, and myself. I hope everyone's enjoying, and we're just kind of kicking this from the absolute ground up. So again, it's been fun, and I think that's what Maria got pitched on as well. Met with them, talked to Fabio, talked to the team, Hafa, and they're very much invested in building this channel. So it is fun to kind of realize there's literally nothing. It's starting from there's not even a subscriber. And going live, it reminds me of like 10 years ago, or Twitch is starting something. It's hard to start from nothing. We got the passion. You can't see them, Maria, but we got the Portuguese BSOP on the booth next to us. They're hyped up. There's not even any poker going.
They're like, oh, okay,
and they're
let's
already
go. It's poker day, woohoo!
Yeah. We're trying to keep the energy high. They're very passionate. So
absolutely, and I'm pretty sure that keeping the energy high is something that we won't have a problem with, considering all the tournaments that we're going to broadcast in the next days. I would like to remind you all of what we had on the last few days, and also what we have today and in the next 2 weeks, because it's a full schedule for us here. We started with the 50K Invitational. It was amazing. On Sunday, we watched also the 100K, the second day of it, and we had yesterday the final table, which was super exciting. Today we have the final table of the 150K, and tomorrow we start with 250K. Things are going higher and higher and higher, and we watch the final day of it on the 20th. On the 21st, we have what I'm super excited about, the 500K, and we follow with it on the 22nd, on day 2 of it. I'm super excited because, as you can see, we also have like the time that you can follow with us, and I'm gonna say that I also borrowed the screen of our Portuguese fellas here, or Brazilian live stream, because you're gonna check that it's in Portuguese, but don't worry, I'm always gonna translate anything that you need, and Jeff also knows a little bit, like a little considerate bit of Portuguese, so I'm pretty sure that he's following up with that as well. And we have the final table of the 500K on the 23rd, and the main event on the 24th. And that's something that I'm super excited about, and I think I mentioned that yesterday, and I'm gonna keep mentioning it, because this main event is super important, like for me emotionally, because it's been a while since a Brazilian won the main event of BSOP Millions. It's since 2022 that we don't have a Brazilian winner. So with everything that we had of the field becoming much more competitive in the last years and poker growing so much along with the growth of BSOP itself, I'm pretty sure that, not pretty sure, but I'm hoping that we may have a Brazilian winner here. We followed on the 25th with BSOP Poker Show, and that's super exciting as well. Just so you know, it's more like a fun game with a lot of influencers, a lot of celebrities on the poker scene in Brazil and out of the poker scene as well. So that's when we burst the bubble, and we have people from all around Brazil here and all around the world, because I'm not sure about who's going to be in there, but I'm pretty sure that you're going to enjoy it. And we follow with Championship on the 26th, 27th, and 28th, and those are the days 2, 3, and 4, and the final table happens on the 29th. And the championship, BSOP Championship, will be wonderful because that's also the biggest guarantee that we ever had in Latin America. We have 500K guaranteed on the championship, so I'm super excited to every fan that we're gonna have in this tournament and this competitive field that we're building here. And also something that I'd like to ask both of you, Maria, if you'd like to start. I noticed that yesterday we had a final table with people from all around the world. We had a Moroccan winner, and we also had people from Portugal, from Argentina, from Brazil. We only had 2 Brazilians in this final table in the ITM. So what do you think that is important for a tournament to expand like that and become so international as BSOP is becoming now?
I think it's definitely a testament to the fact that BSOP has just continued to grow its brand over the years, and the reputation of the type of tournaments that they hold has continued to really increase in the minds of players. You know, players have a lot of choices in terms of where they can go because there's always a tournament around the corner, right? So to see so many international players show up for the BSOP, when it's definitely a bit of a trek for a lot of these players, I think it really shows how strong the BSOP brand is. And, you know, to Jeff's point about us growing this English speaking channel and doing this for the first time, I feel like that's also just another way to continue growing BSOP's presence, because hopefully with this stream, more international players are going to see the coverage, see, you know, how fun it is, the atmosphere, the environment that they get to play in, and that'll just draw more players to the BSOP in future years.
That sounds amazing. And do you think that, as Jeff and Brian doing here, when you come to Brazil to be with us for BSOP, is there a chance that you'll be playing some of the tournaments as well? I would love to see you playing here because, again, an inspiration not only as a caster, but definitely as a player. I love your TED Talk, and it would be amazing to see you playing here as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I mean, I definitely love to do a bit of both. You know, I feel like whenever the opportunity arises for me to both play and do commentary, I think that's just such a fun mix for me personally. I feel like there's always something to be learned from both sides, you know, sitting down at the table, but also watching great players play. I feel like that's the best form of, you know, poker education that anybody could get.
Absolutely. I'm super excited. And Jeff, what do you think about this whole internationalization, I guess? I don't know if that word is properly, but definitely we have people from all around the world here. And on the table that we're going to start watching today, we also have people from the Czech Republic, and there it goes, a lot of people. So what do you think is important for a tournament to get to that point?
Yeah, I think that people have to trust the venue. You know, I've asked people ask me down here, what is the BSOP? I was just on the phone with a friend. I said, I'm in Brazil for the BSOP. He said, what's the BSOP? I think that's the biggest thing is the awareness. You know, people need to feel comfortable. They know what the EPT is. They know the WSOP. They know WPT. And now it's like, what is BSOP? Why do we trust it? Who's playing? Who's running it? What are their values? What are they focusing on? What do they do well? And I think that's the biggest thing. Like, there's really no Americans here. I have a friend of mine from Miami is here. Brian Rast is here. There's probably several others, but we're talking about, I think, 10,000 players are going to be here, uniques throughout the entire series. And, you know, if maybe like only 50 or 20 U.S. players, that's not a lot. It's not that far to come from Miami or from other parts of USA. So I think it's just awareness. I don't think people really don't know what it is yet. And then the super high roller, we did see Estonia, Adamir Ladva, see him every week in the GG Millions, almost at a final table. Some of the other players, including Mehdi, who's on a heater. These guys are coming. As Maria made a great point, there are so many poker tournaments, which is amazing if you love poker now, but there is literally every week, there's circuit events, there's this event, there's places and options for players. Plus, if you live in Las Vegas, there's a ton of tournaments. There's literally series going or events, Poker Go, that have high rollers. So I think it's just awareness. I think that's what we're trying to accomplish here on the BSOP English channel. And I think that's something that the BSOP, they're very sharp. Hafram Reyes, the CEO, they're very alert. They're very aware. They're very open ideas. And I think that's what, Maria, myself, Brian, Isadora, we're going to focus on. How do we get awareness out? It's nice to put the content out now, but people need to see the schedule. It's okay. I'm asking Maria, January 21st to 31st, are you available? Like, there's so many plans being made. You need to know, what are the schedule stops next year? How does it work? How do I get there? What is the airport code? And again, I don't want to, I want to give Brazil credit. It's one of the most beautiful and friendly, nice places, and people are amazing, but there is some concerns about safety in general. I think if you're a U.S., it's like, you hear stuff, Sao Paulo, it's dangerous, or this or that. I mean, granted, so is L.A., so is Vegas in the wrong spot, or New York City. Like, everywhere has their places that are dangerous or not, and I think that's important for people to just be comfortable. That's the biggest thing. So that's my rant.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I absolutely understand, and I feel the same thing. Like, sometimes we have like the safety spot of it, but I would like to also highlight that when you go to BSOP website, let's remember bsop.com.br, you have some like frequently asked questions that you can check in there, and a few of them are like, what about the safety? Is it safe in there? Like, how is it like around BSOP? And we are in one of the greatest areas in São Paulo. It's super safe here, to a point that I am a paranoid person, okay? And I use my phone on the street when I'm here. That's like my only exception, to be honest, but that's just because I'm kind of paranoid. But to be honest, nothing has ever happened to me.
Yeah.
So I'm still like, I'm still okay, and absolutely excited for everything that we're going to have. And just reminding you of our calendar. We have it already available on our website. And yes, we're going to be in Bahia, one of the greatest places in Brazil, one of the most beautiful places, from the 23rd to the 31st of January 2026. And Maria, I also want to ask you about when you became a TED Talk speaker. I watched your TED, and it was really amazing. So I wanted to know, how was the process of developing that content that you showed, and telling people, maybe like even out of the poker industry, how it is to make decisions that sometimes will cost you like $1 million.
Yeah, I think it's all about kind of looking at the bigger picture. I feel like we, as people in the poker community, we love the game already, and we already see all the benefits of the game in terms of all the life skills that it teaches us, all of the different avenues in which we are honing our decision-making ability through poker, but extrapolating that and applying that to real life. And I just wish that the greater public and mainstream at large can understand how beneficial these skills that we've learned in poker can be to everyday life and to business outside of the tables. And so preparing for my TED Talk was really about hoping to expand, the audience of the people that learn to play the game, the people that love to play the game, and the people that use the game to, again, make better decisions in real life and apply it to things outside of poker, because that's also how we grow poker. So when Ted reached out to ask me if I wanted to apply to be a speaker, it wasn't like a guaranteed thing that I would get in. It was definitely something that seemed really daunting and challenging for me. It was a 17-minute speech that I had to memorize, and obviously you always have this fear when you do public speaking, like, what if I forget everything? And so when they told me that I got accepted and I started writing my speech, I felt like it came a lot easier to me than I would have imagined. I think because I've been playing for poker for over 20 years now, it was all of these thoughts just circulating in my brain, and I just needed to write it down. And so writing the speech didn't take as long, but kind of editing down and trying to perfect it and then trying to memorize it was definitely the hardest part of all. But, I really hope that anybody who watches that talk can be able to take away some of these things that I've talked about already. Some of those skills that I've learned through poker that I've been able to apply in my decision making in everyday life, but also in business. You know, I feel like now I'm much better equipped to make good business decisions because I'm able to understand, you know, negotiation tactics and risk versus reward in a way that I didn't before I played poker.
That sounds amazing, and I will recommend to all of you guys on our chat here, please go watch that TED Talk by Maria, because that's also one of the ways that I usually get to know you a little better. Of course, I had already seen your work, not only as a player, but also as a caster in multiple tournaments. So you're definitely one of the references that we have here, not only in Brazil, but all around the world. So that was a great way to get to know you. And I also got so much knowledge, man, from that TED Talk. So congratulations again. It's a great experience to have you, Maria, here, to have Jeff, to have Brian, and of course, to have all of you guys who are watching us from wherever you are. And please, let's chat a little bit. Let's remember also, since we are just starting with the English live stream, and I mean, I'm going to continue with that. We are reading everything you say. So anything that you tell me on the chat, I'm going to read for you in the live stream. And we have like 130 people at this point. And like, I got to tell you guys that I'm kind of surprised because we just started that. And when I started doing content, I can assure you that I didn't have 130 people on my third day as a live streamer. So it's great to have all of you here. Don't forget to also follow us on other social media, on BSOP Official on Twitter, X now, and also on Instagram. And if you want to check our calendar that is already defined for 2026, bsop.com.br. And something that is super cool that is happening this year is the rankings, because we are now in the moment of nominating the champion of BSOP, because we have not only the Brazilian poker champion, but also we're going to have 5 ranking winners being awarded throughout the next days, and the ranking may change, and we're going to see all of that together. So let's understand everything about this ranking. And something really cool that I ended up not mentioning in this content, but I want to tell you, is that this year we started with the ranking Female Player of the Year, and I'm super glad that we have more women now on poker, and I hope that we grow more and more with the feminine presence. I'm super glad to have you here, so let's check the rankings of BSOP Millions 2025. It's time to know the champions of the year. After more than 100 events, BSOP will now crown the Brazilian poker champion, along with 5 ranking winners. In Poker Brazilian Championship, the Colombian player Carlos Serrano is the leader with 7,040 points, but the title is far away from being decided. Sebastian Fonseca has 6,104 points and Geraldo Cesar 4,611 points. If Carlos Serrano wins the Brazilian Championship, the runner-up in the High Roller and International Player rankings automatically become winners. In the High Roller leaderboard, Sebastian Fonseca and Paulo Joanello are fighting point by point for the second place. Sebastian has 5,164 points, while the Brazilian sits at 4,412. On the International Player of the Year, we have Carlos Serrano in first place, followed by Sebastian with 7,620 points. On third place on the same ranking, we have Alex Manzano with 4,026 points. On the Omaha Player of the Year, Alex is also present on the first place with 3,721 points, holding a sizable advantage over Lucio Antunes, who has 2,250 points. Now, the tightest race here is Women's Player of the Year, because we have Larissa Dantas on the leadership of this ranking, but only 300 points separate the top 4. Larissa sits in the leadership with 1,776 points, with Lúcia Barbieri, Bruna Unzueta, and Lali Tournier very close to them. And the Mixed Games Player of the Year is also heating up. José Arestein leads with 3,385 points, while Jonathan Drain from the United States is close behind with 2,595 points. Gabriel Baleiro completes the top 3 with 2,315 points. The rankings will be defined along with our Brazilian poker champion, and you'll see all of that in the next weeks here at BSOP Millions 2025. See you soon. I'm super excited to see how the ranking is going to go throughout the days, because something that we have also here at BSOP is the ranking for the best foreign player, and I think that's also one of the points that will bring people to BSOP. And I'm glad that, again, we have people from all around the world not only watching us now, but also here on our field that is super competitive. And as you're seeing in all the content that we've been bringing recently, I am super excited. And we have people from the Czech Republic, we have people from Peru, if I'm not mistaken. You're going to see here on our table soon. And also we have the game on starting soon in 20 minutes. And Jeff, what do you think about the rankings that we have now? We have all these different rankings. Do you have any bets on like what we're going to see of changes in the next days?
I will just say I do believe the rankings are amazing for poker. I think it's fun. Maria has been on these lists. It's like if you're in the game, if you're playing consistently, you want to sort of that's a fun way to show your friends, family, hey, I'm competing, and it's you could compare it to golf or certain ATP tennis and where you rank in the world, the Hendon Mob, these type of things. And anytime a series takes where there's bonuses or prizes or awards, trophies, I think that gamifies it and makes it a lot more fun. So that is something that is awesome, and it's very cool. I don't know what specifically they're giving or not or how that works. There's I think usually a trophy in this, and I think Maria would agree. Anytime you have these type of awards or ways to kind of motivate or engage, it makes everyone kind of play better, want to be a part of it more. And I mean, I'm a big believer in trophies. I've seen Patrick Leonard go on rants about this. You have trophies for things: player of a series, player of a tournament, player of a season. I think that's it's great to kind of showcase and highlight people who put in the effort. And of course, there's some luck, but I would be curious to hear your thoughts, Maria. But I think that's generally very good when there's leaderboards or awards bonuses for players in a season or a series.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I agree with you wholeheartedly. I feel like it's really about kind of something else to strive for. Of course, we come here, we play for the money. That's all great and important. But, again, rankings matter to players as well. And also, I think what we'll see is that if you come in and you bink a tournament early or you do well early on, but you weren't necessarily planning to play all of the other events, it really just gives you that extra fuel to continue to play just to chase that leaderboard alone, right? So I think sometimes what you see is if somebody who, is maybe under the radar pops up to the top early on, then you're going to see them kind of firing event after event after event, trying to stay on top. And what's most exciting is when we get towards the end of any series and maybe the race is very close, then it's all about kind of, following the storylines of those particular players, maybe in the top 3 of the leaderboard, as they try to chase down the leader in the very end. And so I think as we get closer to the end of the series, we'll see some of that come into play. Absolutely. But a lot of the names that were on the list were all, people you would expect to see, I feel like.
Yeah, and one of the rankings that we have that is the most competitive one is the ladies ranking, which is also a separate tournament that we have here. We have the ladies tournament, and I'm hoping that at some point, not necessarily during the SOP Millions, but at some point we get to do some special content on it, maybe even broadcasting it. It would be really great. I've been watching the girls, and they are wonderful. A few of them, I've been watching them play for years now. Like she's not on the ranking, but actually she is. Bruna Unzueta, she's a great poker player for years and years that she's been playing. I already saw her winning a few of the tournaments, and also she is a really famous influencer in Brazil. She has a really nice podcast, so I like how she can conciliate both of these things. And we have Larissa and Lucia on first and second place. We have Bruna on the third. Laurie Tournier, that is a wonderful player, and she makes like so many content as well, especially like explaining some of the poker terms for people that are also getting in the community.
That's
now.
Hafa's wife.
Yeah.
Married to Hafa Mariah, so she knows a thing or two about. Sponsored by
Little
Poker
bit.
Stars as well. She's pretty tough. Yes.
Yeah, if you're here at BSOP, if you like walk around our arena, we have a Poker Stars spot specifically for them, and you can see beautiful Zlati's face over there. And I'm glad that she's here and that she also has this platform, and that we are now also getting some sponsors for female players, because that also that increases a lot the possibility of having more women in there. So I'm glad to hear that. And just finishing, we have on the 5th place of the female player of the year, Andrea Aguilar. She is wonderful, and we have only like around 300 points separating each of them, so a lot of competitive. And now talking about competitive field, we had a great field yesterday. I love that final table. So what are your thoughts on that table specifically, especially because you were casting it the whole time?
Yeah, I thought the level was extremely high. I think I was talking with Rast, and he was saying these 5 or 6 players are all world-class players. It's sometimes, Maria, at a final table, you can get a mix of players, some new players, some businessmen, some recreationals, but that is not the case yesterday. We saw some, in that tournament, there were some non, I would say, elite players, but at the end, as this one turned out, it was all very, very tough players. So it was kind of what was going to give. You knew there was going to be some coolers, and someone was going to have to make an excellent, that was going to be the difference, to who was going to raise a bit above. And Mehdi, who I saw make one of the better bet call-offs for his tournament life, with maybe 20 left in the tournament. He made a very impressive hand where he bet the river with the modest holding, got shoved all in, and he called it off for his tournament life. He went on to win the tournament, and I thought it was really cool to see that. He was willing to put it on the line, make a tough decision, and then he went to the end and finished it off. And it was a very tough final 3 too. Hafa and even Ivan Luka, who was there again, he took second in the first event. He also, I believe, got 5th or 6th there yesterday.
Fifth.
So 5th, yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very tough. And you're going to see a lot of the same names continuously in these tournaments, because they are the best and they are smaller fields. So I think it'll be very interesting to see if someone can win multiple events. We saw Zhao Samao already take down a trophy. He also was deep again. I think he bubbled this tournament. I believe he got 10th or just off soft bubble. So again, we'll see a lot of the same players, same names, and we'll see if anyone can kind of win multiple events or really finish on the podium several times.
Yeah, and Mehdi Shawi, who was our winner on the 100K super high roller here yesterday, if things don't change, maybe we're going to see him still today if when we go to the game. And just a reminder, we also have like the game on there, like above Maria. You can see a timer. That's when we start the game. A quick reminder also that we have a 30-minute delay, so everything will be great here. And Mehdi is a great player, and I'm loving to see his run, because it's like his, I think, 4th or 5th title only in the second half of this year. And we're still in November. There's still December for him to still get some titles, and I'm excited to see how he's going to perform in this table, especially because on what I'm seeing here of the info of the table that he's in now, he is the lowest on stack. So I'm excited to see if he's gonna try to find a way to go around that, how he's gonna manage his stack.
That's probably because again he just won the event and then hopped in, so he's short stacks. He's late registering or basically starting stack, and that's the thing. I think if you start at the very end, you get like 12.5 big blinds. So Maria, we know it's kind of fun to late reg a tournament if you're able to double and get it going. You feel like you kind of beat the system, but a lot of times you're just going to be out right away, which is sort of the trade-off with that. What is your thoughts on late regging versus regular starting a tournament, or do you kind of have a medium, or is it just dependent on how you're feeling on a day?
Well, I'm definitely no Phil Hellmuth when it comes to late regging. Like, I really believe that starting a tournament on time, if you can, is for the best, because you can gather a lot of information on your players, right? Like, in the beginning of the tournament, you do want to start kind of collecting data, collecting reads, building these reads on the players. And sometimes what also could happen is some of the lesser experienced players might lose their whole stack before you even sit down, right? right? So you kind of want to be there to capture all that EV early on. But I think the trade-off becomes, if you don't feel like, you wake up that morning, maybe you're not feeling your best and you don't think you're going to be able to play your best, then I'm all for, maybe taking a couple hours to kind of recuperate, feel better, so that you're not only physically in a better place, but mentally in a better place to play your best, So I think it does depend a little bit on how you feel, but I'm a big proponent of, get in there early if you can, and again, just capture all of the EV from some of the unexperienced players, but also just to, again, build reads. And, no one at the table is going to tell you that 2 hours before you got there, somebody ended up making a huge bluff and they got caught bluffing, right? You need to be there to see that and to get that information yourself. And so nobody's going to give that to you, and no one's going to, feed you that information if you show up late.
Yeah.
So I think, it's every player for themselves.
Yeah, I would say that's a great point, but not only the information, you want to be the one potentially receiving some of those handoffs, those punts, because that's the reality. When you do come late, a lot of times you're not necessarily going to get it if you're there, but you have a chance to get it. You will also have the information, and it's tougher than if you come in with 20, 30 blinds. You don't have much room for error or to get cooler or to have a flip. Whereas if you are there at the start, you play 200, 300 big blinds deep. Like, it's hard to bust, right, if you know what you're doing, unless you get insanely coolered. I think that's a big thing. I noticed myself, and I do want to kind of just pivot here about pronounce it Masato?
Masato Yokosawa?
Yes. He's one of the more famous YouTubers. He's number 3 in Japan. I'm sure you're familiar with him, Maria, or have played with him at some point. Super nice guy. He's one of the rare people that kind of does content and has a lot of success. I just remember myself when I started doing a YouTube vlog specifically, it's tough. And I found myself coming late a lot. I'm trying to edit, do things, be distracted. And I noticed my World Series results kind of suffered a bit. Like the couple of years I was doing, I was looking around, what's changed? Well, I'm starting at 3 or 4 or 5 in some of these events when I used to start on time. And I think that it's a huge difference to start early or relatively, 1 hour, 2 hour, big difference than super late regging. Brian, actually, I just got word, he just messaged me, he busted, unfortunately, the 30K. He got it in ace king to king queen. Versus Martin Cabral. So, ace king, ace queen, or to king queen, you're going to win 70% or whatever. But if you're not going to get ace king all into king queen on level 1 or 2 or 5. You're going to play a pot. You might lose some chips, but that's the difference. You don't have room for error. Whether you're ahead or cooler behind or flipping, that's it. Your tournament's over if it doesn't go well. So, again, a great point by Maria, and I think something to really consider is what your motives are. And listen, if you're a businessman, you might not be able to start on time. Maybe it is literally just fun, but you realize you're making that trade-off and you need to be on the phone, you need to do your trading, you need to do whatever, and that's okay. But I think that's just, you got to be alert. You got to understand be realistic with that you're giving up some EV if you come late.
Those are some great points on that, and I love the players that makes the professional side of them to also content creation, and a few of them are here at BSOP Millions and on our 150K super high roller. And now we're talking about it because we mentioned a little bit of yesterday. I'm still going to talk a little bit to Maria about it because I want to see her perspective on yesterday as well. But now let's check a little bit of content on our 150K super high roller because, again, super excited for it and glad to have you here with us at BSOP Millions 2025. And we start soon. Let's check it. We have people from all around the world here in Brazil in this great feed that I'm really excited to share with you guys. And last thing about yesterday that I want to talk, Maria, how was it for you? Because you accidentally had a day off because you were supposed to go in after Brian and Jeff, but the table ended up too quickly, much earlier than we were expecting. So did you follow up? Did you watch while you were there before you would start casting? How was it for you?
can't hear Maria, guys.
On day one, I watched, I was doing commentary until we played down to in the money. And so, again, I was really impressed by all of the players that were playing yesterday, which, again, is to be expected in these kind of high roller series. Jeff already mentioned it. The cream ends up rising to the top, right? And so some of these really great players, they end up accumulating the chip stacks, amassing the chips. And then, once we get into the money, you really start to see kind of some of the plays that, Jeff spoke about and Brian did on commentary as well, that we all witnessed. People are really able to kind of step up their game once a little bit of that pressure is off. It's just a totally different game that they play, when they're on the bubble versus when they're in the money. Some of the big stacks are really going to try to continue to apply pressure. And so I'm not surprised at the caliber of players that made it to the final. I'm not surprised to see Mehdi Wan, as we mentioned already. He's been on quite a heater. I've played with Mehdi quite a bit on the EPT circuit. And so I know that he's definitely capable of making big calls, of making big moves. And I think, the best players in the world, they also benefit from some run good, right? But when you're an exceptionally good player and you get good cards, you're pretty much unstoppable.
Absolutely. And again, those players are great. I'm glad to see Mehdi here because also, as I mentioned before, he's in a great run throughout the year. And if I don't consider the chance that he may get this tournament that he's still playing now, we're going to see it soon. So we are about to start. So hold on with us. Don't forget to let us know in chat where you're watching us from. What time is it in there? Is it good morning, good afternoon, good evening? Please let me know. And again, super glad to have you here. Thank you so much for your presence. And I'm also going to bring you guys some of the information that we have on the 150K. And we're going to have a few redraws throughout the day, and I'm going to let you know of like everything. And I also want to check, and I'm looking for this information here in like a spreadsheet with a lot of numbers that I have. Where is our, when is our ITM? If someone in the production can let me know of that, I'm super, I'm really wondering about that because yesterday on the 150K, actually on the day before, on the 100K, we had our ITM was already inside the final table. So we had our final table formed, or 9 players left on the field, and then we still broadcasted it for a little longer, a little too longer because no one wanted a bubble on that position, and we awarded the 8 players that were left. So I'm sorry.
I think same will be the case today because I believe there was like 40 roughly, or there's 30 something entrants and then late entrants. So it will be maybe 6 or 7 cash. So it should be the same situation, and not everyone will make the money that makes the final table most likely. And that's also until the reg closes. They won't be able to post the money, which I think it might have been closed now. So we should have that pretty soon. And that's always a little bit, it's tough. You make a final table, Maria, and you don't make the money. Of course, when there's 20, 30, 40 entrants, that can happen, but that's a bit intense, right? You get deep, you beat 25, 30 people, and you still haven't made the money. That's tough. You tell someone you made a final table, but you didn't get money. So hopefully, we'll see what it pays out or how many total got in, but that's going to be the case, I think, same amount of people where it will just be a bit shy of everyone making the money there.
Yeah, and we also have one info that I have is we would have re-entries, but only by until the time that the final day starts here. So it would be only until 2 p.m. Brazil time, which is, please let me know what time it is for you guys. But so the re-entries are now closed.
Okay.
Only people that already done it could have it again. And we have some great players on this table. We're gonna check it out soon when we go in the game, and I'm super excited for it because, again, we have great players such as André Akari, that is one of the greatest players, and I guess you already have like some kind of contact with him. And Maria, are you in what mood today for this table? Because we're soon to say like some see you soon to you, and I want to check like what are your expectations for today?
Yeah, I mean, looking at the list of players that still remain today, it's a who's who of not only Brazilian poker players, but also international players as well. So I think we're seeing a little bit of the repeat of that international flair that we had in the 100K. But as you mentioned, not only, Akari, great player, Yuri Zivaleski is still in there, just another great Brazilian player to be feared. And so I know that it's going to be nothing short of exciting. I expect to see, again, some of that elite play that we've seen. And I think I'm just really interested to see kind of, if Mehdi is able to spin up his short stack. We mentioned he's a bit short coming into today, but he has a lot of momentum on his side. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was able to run it up and make another deep run here.
It would be a funny interview with him if that's the case. So Maria, thank you so much. You're great. It was great having you in the start of our 5th day of BSOP Millions. Thank you so much, and we'll see you soon. And guys, we're going to have Brian coming in soon as well. He was playing a tournament. Let's see how things are going with him as well. I want to see his expectations. And as you can see up here, we already have the game starting. We have our table defined. I'm excited to see what players we have here, what faces that we have already saw in the last days are also here again. I already see, is that João Simão or am I crazy? João is there, João is there. João who won our first super high roller tournament here, our 50K. He's also in this table, and we're gonna see some familiar and new faces here. So let's full screen this great game. Let's shuffle and deal because I'm super excited. It's 5th day of BSOP Millions. Thank you so much. And Jeff, now it is with you to bring all the emotion and keep up with the Portuguese live stream that screams and do woohoo, it's poker day.
Yes.
So thank you so much. I would say not goodbye, but see you soon, guys, because Brian's about to be here and I'll go do some interviews in this feed. So see you soon.
Hasta logo. Ciao. Bye, Maria. All right, we're into it. We got action. We got some familiar faces, and I noticed Adamar Lava there as well, seat 1. He is in there. He's got himself 365K. We'll look at the blinds. About half the field, a little less remains. So 44 entries, should be 7 maybe, 6, 7 cashes. I guess 7 will cash, but not sure that's defined. Hugo Machado played very well. Ruben Lopez as well. So seen a lot of these players. Philippe Bojanowski, someone who was putting the pedal to the floor. He's the one who made that big bluff on Mede, who called and ended up going on to win. So we will see action. I think we got some spice today, that's for sure.
Para 40.000 fichas. Ruben. Folding, Seiji.
All right, some cards there. Felipe, ace-9. There's Rizzo, inspiring poker. He's played some spice, some flair.
Folding.
Not going to play the 5-3 though.
Folding. Automar.
Adamar with the real hand here off 18 bigs, 2 10s. It is against under the gun, but that is a big hand for that stack. Likely just all in, yeah. Especially Felipe, someone capable of opening a little wide. Ace-9 under the gun, definitely a little bit out of line.
Folding. Kowalski. Folding, PV. Também folding. Automar. Puxa.
Nice pickup there for Adamar. Knows that against under the gun, he could be seeing 5. Could have got called. Could have been against more of a premium hand, but rolls the dice and gets it with no contention.
Se ela estiver meio deitadinha assim, já... Vai ver tudo. Tem um aí que tá com um soninho na distribuição de carta, toda hora deitadinho na mesa. Aí acaba a conta.
Rubem, equação.
Começou o show, foi a hora da soneca.
Seiji. Fold.
Pif, quer um café? Hoje eu tô de boa do café.
Riso.
Cara, minha aguinha aqui.
Fold. Hugo. Também fold. Otomar.
Oh, 2 kings. Nice to kind of go up the ladder. 10s to a kings now 20 blinds. Picked up some chips. And raising, Valsamao doesn't have anything, but
Kowalski.
if one of these players, that is the type of hand you want to be against, and a all-in is going to be the case, and this is bad timing for him. He's going to get snap called and
Alvin call.
be against the real hands.
Showdown.
And you see about a 2-1 underdog. Kings, not a guarantee. It's not not automatic. That ace can do powerful things. You got 3 outs, 5 times plus possible flush, two possible flushes. Good. Although,
Contigo.
yeah, straight would be hard to make. That's one thing nice about having. Okay, so yeah, he can now. The set is no good for the king, so he's got.
Tem como ganhar, né, time? Falou já ali, galera.
Oh my goodness, that is a
Scout não vale, pô.
what a card. The king, and now he's got to fade the board pair. He's flipped it. Oh my goodness,
GL.
that is a cruel run out.
Full house.
Tá ganhando, tá perdendo, tá ganhando.
Fabiano Kowalski, someone we see on the GG Millions frequently, great player. Gonna bow out in 24th.
Dói mais do que perder direto.
It felt almost like it was coming. It was a little silly of a run out.
Essa é doída. Num torneio desse. E o cara também fica puto ali na hora que bate o rei, né? A sensação do cara é uma merda também, né? Ixi, o Padilha já tá no cantinho?
Ele não entrou.
Vivi. Pois uma blind. Rubem.
Hoje tem um torneio bom também, né?
Tem um
50
50
de um
count
dia
dele.
só, né? Vou fazer multitable. Fazer FTX.
Sick run out. 23 left, so we are at 8-handed,
Vai dar minha apoia?
3 tables, but now with
6 de equação.
7 here. So we'll see 7-hand play. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, that the thing about these bigger buy-in, shorter field is
Você
you
vai baralhar em próxima, faz pra direita, porque pra esquerda só tá indo pra lá.
Tá bom.
Baralha pra cá.
Concordo.
get to play 7, 6, 8-handed. Well, 8-handed's already, but
Fold,
7
Simão.
and 6-handed a fair amount.
Vivi.
Because as you're down to 3 tables, you just
Rubem.
it's almost never full. Everyone, so you got to know how to play. Shorter-handed.
Rubem dá o call. Jogo pra 2.
Okay, so Ruben's gonna call
Flop.
2 8s versus Queen 9 fair fight.
Rubem. Check.
Not a great flop for 8s, but is in the lead as we can see. If he does continuation bet small here, probably just gonna win.
Aposta 20 mil fichas.
Queen 9, not enough there.
Folding.
No club.
6 de.
Você foi small, né?
Puxa o pote. Quantas mãos foram aí?
Ô João, quer um
Esqueci de
cafezinho
anotar.
hoje? Botão começou em mim. 1, 2, 3,
Arruma
4,
você.
5, 6.
Vou passar, meu amigo, muito obrigado. Quem sabe amanhã a gente toma um café da manhã junto, aí acho que
Aí, vai rolar
não
pros dois.
funciona, né? E a gente
Os caras estavam falando que você trollou sua mãe,
trolei minha mãe.
do Joanelo.
Ah.
No almoço.
Encontrei com a Joanela, falei que era o Fábio Assunção. Quase que ela pediu um autógrafo.
Rubem, Osmo Bride, Sage, é o Big Blind.
There's a look at that trophy.
Here's
Another
impressive.
impressive trophy. players looking to add that to their case. Okay, Rizzo, I think he was asking for a wash, but I couldn't exactly get it. He's not been getting much hands. 14 blinds going to get out of the way. And Adamar Ladva just looks focused today. Got a couple nice spots. Going to have Rast here shortly joining us. I think he is getting ready to come in here. And we see Machado, someone we saw play very well yesterday. And there it is, the final day of the 150K. Yes, that's the plan, to get to a winner, although 22 left. Yeah, it should work. Shout out to VBet, sponsor, one of the title ones here at BSOP. We've lost 2 players just like that, down to 20. Started with 24. We lost 1 here. We've lost now 3 at other tables. So we could get to the 2-table redraw very quickly. There was 11 to start the day. Then people re-entered late and got up to over 24. And now we are at 20 again.
Fold, Simão. Fold. TV.
King 8. This is the man that got Medi going. Made the bluff with King 9 off on a 7-6 flop, 7-6 deuce. Was on the button. Medi defended Queen 6 off in the big blind. And he made a great hero call. Bet called off his stack with just 1 pair of 6 on the 5-10 run out.
Só preciso de par.
Ação está com Léo Rizzo.
All right, we see Ace 10 all in, Ace 9 all in. Rizzo took a stand, and Philippe Boyanovsky is all in as well. It's a little small. Let's see the stack sizes. Okay, I'm sorry, Ace 10 versus King 8 suited. So Philippe Boyanovsky is in the cutoff here, and he is short. Look at the heart rate. That's a record that I've seen this week. He is zooming. Rodrigo. Boa sorte. Good luck, my friend. Oh, don't want to wish him too much luck, because that's a lot. That's a lot of hey.
Na TV, né?
O valete. Tem que ser o valete.
Não quer levantar e botar a
Oh,
mochila?
never easy. Turns the club draw. He's got about 1 in 5 shot. Felipe doing the stand up. Oh, black too. It's international, Rast. Rasty's coming shortly. He's the stand up. He does the stand up. He felt the runner. He faded it though.
160.
Fair fight-ish. King 8 suited, Ace 10 suited. It's got hope. Made the trip, Kings. Held on.
Só você, eu vou pagar e split pot. Tininho, todo mundo puxou mão, menos eu, vamos.
Those are so big. You just hold. You knock a tough player out. Field's down.
Mas ele puxou 2 milhões.
Justo.
Virou top 50 de Portugal.
Uma blind.
Quintuplicou o Renomole.
Hugo, é o Big Blind.
O Renomole vai até pedir auditoria, não vai entender nada. Como de 34 mil para 7 casas.
All right, we're going to go to the split screen here for a second as I welcome Brian Rast back into the booth. Brian, I know you hopped in the tournament, and it did not go. Tell me what you got in today. Very short stack. You got it all in early, and what was
yeah, so I actually walked over there last night. We had dinner right after the stream, and was maybe going to enter around 11 or 11:30. There was one 8-handed table. If I joined, it would have made it a 4-handed and a 5-handed table, they would have had to split, and I would have been short. So I said, you know what? I'm just going to wait because there's only like 3 more, like 2.5, 3 more levels tonight. No more breaks, whatever, like hour and a half. So I max late reg, which a lot of people did. I mean, I would say out of the whatever the numbers were to start the day, definitely over half the people, because they probably ended last night with a rounded table, right? So, you know, there were well over 20 players. So it's like 2/3 of the field were max late reg, like me. Anyway, whatever. I basically played one hand. I started on the cutoff, folded a few hands. Yuri opens under the gun. It's flatted by Martin. Hungry Hippo. Very next to act. I'm very next to act. I have ace king off. Easiest decision you've ever had in your life for like 12.5 big blinds. I'm all in. Everybody folds. The flatter Martin Hungry Hippo calls.
What's his Hungry Hippo name for? I've never heard that.
Because he puts a little hippo on his chips.
Okay.
He has king queen suited. Flop his king jack 7. Seems good. He says ace high no good. It comes king jack 7, so we both flop a king. I go, I agree. Ace high no good. Turn queen, river 8, and I'm on my bicycle. So it was fun. I got to play one hand.
That's not fun. Uma bicicleta, but you're here, a bicycle over a short ride to the booth, and again, there is a lot of poker left in the week. That's frustrating. Yeah, obviously, get it in dominating and not work out.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's just one hand, you know, it happens. But it feels like it's happened a lot so far for me, especially with that first tournament with 7 bullets. But it's all good, man. I mean, you know, that's the way poker goes. So definitely need some luck. And I'm happy to be here, at least continue on stream. No time to dwell on it. Here we are. Got to watch this exciting tournament, you know, play down to the bubble.
Yeah, we're going to see this get moving here as we see 9s all in and takes it down. There is a 10K one-day turbo today, so I was thinking about playing that later. I don't know. I think that starts at 4, so depending, I think Maria's going to come back at some point.
I think both of us are going to do the stream for a little while now and then go play. I think that I'm on the same plan as that. Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
30 is almost 50.
Parabéns, Chile, nem pra dar par de 7 pra ele pagar, caralho.
Outro.
Eu foldou lá uma vez,
Simão,
que era 2 overcards. Foi bom.
Foi bem, foi bem.
Tem que jogar, né?
Foi bom pra você, sim. Você entendeu o que ele falou? Tinha dado
Bibi.
10.
Sim.
Fold.
60-40, né?
Ruben.
60-40? Não, é flip, né? Flip time.
9-9
Ace Queen suited. This hand fared very well yesterday for Ivan Luca. Ace Queen suited 2 times. Got great results in it.
6.
And Ace 9 suited. This is a +1 versus the hijack. I mean, Ace 9 suited. He's got 33 blinds. How many all in is 7 blinds. So this is definitely spikes his interest. There are players behind the acts.
This is an interesting spot because, I mean, is he raising off of sub 10 big blinds?
He went all in, right?
Says raised to 40K,
40.
which is it's a pretty small stack to not shove with. I mean, it definitely implies that his range is pretty polar here. Like, you would only divvy it up if you have hands you're raised folding, right?
Yeah.
Which you have like 9 blinds, raised folding isn't really that attractive.
Fold. Otto também fold. Simão com ação.
And
yeah, this is kind of, Jao Samao is the kind of customer who's curious, creative, and he sees that, he knows there is some potential folds here. He has ace 5. He is 30% at worst versus everything but aces. I mean,
my guess is if he continues, he calls.
Não? Não consigo ver. Mas você consegue? Não, não sei se tá. Tá levantado.
It's not. He's probably pretty dominated against the strong part of Ruben's range, though, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got to think, like, what are you not shoving? Like, real good ace-X suited stuff. I mean, like, off of 9 blinds, you probably want to shove something worse than like, even like king, queen, and king, jack. It's probably the strong part of the range probably is pairs higher than the 5 and better ace-X hands. Yeah. Joao's thinking about it and
Nice
kind of
hand,
makes a
man.
good fold there.
What do you have?
In a weird spot. Like, I don't even know. I don't know if a solver has a raise, like a non-shove range for 9 blinds.
Yeah.
Tirou seu out, né?
And +1 there
eu
is
queria que ele
basically the
tivesse,
low
eu acho.
jack. I would guess it doesn't.
Ou os que eu precisava, ou os que eu precisava que ele tivesse. Ou não, né? Preferi foldar.
Quando chegar no 4, você pode rever essa mão.
Simão, small blind. Vivi, é o big blind. Rubem, fold, 6. Dá um raise para 40 mil fichas. Riso.
Rizzo with 6s. And that's kind of either shove or fold. Don't want to call.
Fold. Hugo. Também fold.
Yeah, Rizzo is playing a bunch of hands, kind of splashing around. He's been quiet here. We haven't seen much very early in the broadcast today.
Fold. EV.
Now, this is different in the sense that, yes, it's a raise from, again, the low jack, but Rodrigo has 31 blinds, so all of his hands are going to be raising to 40. Like, he's not going to have a shoving range.
Ação volta.
And wow, and Felipe's using this ace-4 off as one of his bluff combos.
He's a guy that is aggressive. He's known to be. So it's kind of fun when you're known to be aggressive guy, because it's like people know you are, but then it's almost like it still puts you in tough spots, right? You're just like, well, he's more capable. He's doing stuff, but
I mean, I'm pretty confident this is a solver-approved play.
no, it is.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's crazy. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
like he's definitely like most guys here aren't gonna 3-bet ace-4 off.
I
out
mean,
of the blind.
the question more is the frequency, right? Like, obviously, if you just started taking all these like bad
Ace offsuit aces is too
then,
many, yeah.
then it'd be too many hands. But
Hidrão agora só
I would
com 6.
really bet that a solver does that with ace-4 off at some frequency.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not crazy.
Because like really, the thing is, you're kind of short enough that, and you get such a good price to just call from the big blind that you end up having this really polar 3-betting range versus whatever the low jack, especially, who already has like kind of a solid range. Ooh, look at this. Wow, this is all the money I could be playing for right now. I was playing for.
It's 2 million plus reais. That is a
Boom.
big payout. Wow. So that's 2 million. Top 3 basically getting $1 million reais plus. 6 only cashing though, Rast. There's 20 left. Long way to go.
Still, yeah, very long way to go.
Dá um raise para 40
Contra
mil
você,
fichas.
sigo perdendo.
I mean, you make the final table before you cash.
Sabe o que você fez comigo já nessa etapa?
Yep.
Although, listen, there's a lot of short stacks,
Ah, é verdade.
and the blinds are quite big. They're going to keep going up. So, we will be cutting people at a pretty decent clip.
Yeah.
I'd say at least, certainly to get down to 2 tables.
Hugo, fold. Pode tomar.
Eu foldei par.
When- by when?
Deu.
Yeah, for like another 4, I would guess the next 4 people go out pretty fast.
Right.
I think once it's the 2-1, at some point it kind of starts slowing down a little bit. But I would guess won't be till like maybe there's 12 people left.
Yeah. Yeah, I actually think it might get to the final table relatively quickly.
Yeah.
Anuncia a win. 6.
Quanto que é?
100.
which is in part evidenced. I mean, look at a lot of these stack sizes and what's going on. We got reshoves with king queen. All a function of, you know, so many people having around 10 blinds, 12 blinds, 15 blinds.
Yeah, Rodrigo's getting a lot of these tough hands. King jack off, king queen off. He's getting 3-bet, played back at, jammed on. He's not getting to just kind of open and pick up pots. So yeah, no one's really got a huge stack here.
At the table I was at, there were some. Trying to think. I mean, the guy to my left had over 1.5, and Martin to my right had over $1 million, and he busted me, so he's probably at like 1.5-ish when I left. Like that table was basically a couple people with big stacks, and then everyone else with the 250. 2 to 3 people. I think Yuri D also had well over starting, because he played yesterday too.
2-11. Os caras não vão ficar lá uma hora escrevendo né? Aí simplificou e meteu 2-11.
Saquei. Riso com ação.
O que é 2-11?
11 do 11, meu aniversário.
2 milhões, 110? É 2-11?
2-11. 11 milhões de
Você tomou no café da manhã?
Eu número do meu quarto, tá, pessoal? Não vai invadir, não.
Pode fazer 2 vezes 11 também, dá 22, aniversário da Luísa, aniversário do Daniel 21. Vai fazendo conta aí que você vai achando tudo relacionado ao meu título.
Então é muito 11 já pra você na sua vida.
Cara, eu fico viajando em números. Meu aniversário.
I don't know about this here. 4s from the low jack kind of feels like a fold, even at chips with these short stacks. It's close. I mean, 5s is probably the lowest. Yeah, I like that fold by Hugo.
E eu precisando dobrar.
Fold, Otomar. Fold, Simão. Também fold.
Tuga, vou dobrar em cima de você.
Pivi.
Here we go.
Você tem mais, né?
Eu vou abrir
king
par de
7
4
suited.
aqui, all-in, você vai pagar com Ais e Vala e vai segurar o 4-4. Fica olhando.
Real solid open from the dealer button.
Eu tenho um amigo que fala que o par de 4 nunca perde. Por
Não
isso.
raise para 40 mil fichas. Rubem. Fold. 6G.
All right, and 7-5 of spades should get defended. Fortunately for Rodrigo, he's dominated, but let's see a flop.
6G dá o com. Jogo para 2. Flop.
And there's a 5.
Check. Pivi.
Felipe has a pretty interesting hand here in that, to a certain extent, he has a range advantage in overpairs mostly that Rodrigo's not going to have. Rodrigo can have a little more deuce X because of suited combos. So flop is going to go check bet pretty frequently. That said, Felipe's specific hand is kind of dicey because you're basically never getting better to fold, right? Like if you have a decent king high or ace high as Rodrigo, you're not folding to a small c bet. But doesn't mean you want to check it all the time either.
Qual que é a receita do bolinho de nata? Do pastel de nata?
Check.
Porra.
Pivi.
Não sabe?
Nunca fiz, mas eu gosto. Eu gosto de comer. Fazer nunca fiz.
Mas francesinha
Like sometimes in those spots when I'm Felipe,
Francesinha é mais fácil, eu acho.
I just have some of those thoughts and be like, okay, I'm gonna roll it, use my mechanism and be like, I'm checking 60% of the time.
Com ovo mole.
Com ovo.
Just so I'm never always doing the same thing. I'm like, oh, this hand kind of likes checking in a spot where I should see bet a decent amount, so I just always check the king 7 suited, you know.
O meu pai cozinha mesmo muito bem. E,
Ooh,
a
and
minha
now
avó
this
também
hand is getting
cozinhava
spicy,
muito bem,
Jeff.
já faleceu, mas
Yeah.
Tinha pessoas e tenho algumas tias também.
Yeah, his heart rates are high. Rodrigo's heart rate's been high a few times. I mean, this is a tricky spot, definitely, for
I
him.
mean, I don't think you can fold this.
Em Portugal dá para comer bem.
If you're folding a 5 here, you're over folding the turn.
Gosto.
But it's obviously super uncomfortable.
Gosto, mas não bebo. Eu não bebo.
Oh, wow.
Profissional do poker, né?
Não, mas
Wow.
Outras coisas, se calhar.
Wow.
O vinho do Porto é que nem tanto.
He's gonna check back King 7 here, right? I mean,
No.
there's no reason to go from value, I think, and he's not bluffing anymore.
I mean, at the same time, like, what, runner clubs, like his 7, I agree with you. I'm just saying he could consider it, but that's,
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, I guess you could consider a value bet.
yeah, is he call, and then checks it to you?
With
twice?
specifically like King 7 or A7,
Yeah.
maybe.
Yeah.
6.
Good thing he didn't, that would've been-
Com 2 pares, 7 e 5.
Ele é treinadinho.
I mean,
ele
it's
vai meter bala,
dicey
vai
because
toda
basically
Na cara dele é de
you're basically hoping to get called by a 5. And like anything else that got slow played in any way, like hitting the turn queen, didn't check raise a deuce, the runner flush, that doesn't lead the river. You know what I mean? Those are all obviously calling. So
Você tava puto com o 7.
yeah, it's
Yeah, probably too thin.
I don't know.
Não, tava só conferindo.
I respect the thinking, but I'm not sure.
I'm checking back. Just saying. I'm just saying. I think it's considerable. It wouldn't have been insane.
No, it wouldn't have been insane.
It would have been.
I agree with that. I think I'm checking as well, but
É, Pive.
it's not insane.
Tá,
Also, like, you could definitely come out with
6 é o small blind.
some things, like if it's a guy who's like always check raising a deuce, you know, and like super sticky calling a 5. If they're like, say, never have a deuce and always calling a 5, it's a good bet. But those are two
Esse cara que tá amassando.
pretty strong assumptions
Yeah.
to make.
Simão,
Yeah, the 5-7 wouldn't have loved it either, right? The queen beats you, the clubs beat you.
The
you're-
7 doesn't really help you.
Right,
Like,
right.
it would have against a very thin value bet, but like realistically speaking, it doesn't actually help you. You kind of have the same
Não,
hand.
mas tá,
Fold.
é.
Rubem,
I mean, like, yeah, you're beating rivered A7 or 6s or something
Oh.
now that goes for thin value.
Hello.
tá com riso.
Oh,
Muita
Rizzo.
Acertei o 7, River.
Muita chance.
Rei
Não entrava.
Não, mais.
Quase.
Não entrava.
Ah, não. Entendi.
Oh, he didn't even know
Oh, he was sweating it.
Yeah.
Caralho, precisava ser tanta chance assim.
Wow.
Muita chance pra mim também.
That's again our trophy winner from tournament 1, but he knows 30K buy-in.
Número.
It's an important one.
Número.
He's apologizing in advance.
Número.
I think this will be a sweat.
Número.
This feels like the Jack 10 or
Peça a
the
mochila.
9-10.
Número.
Oh, Rizzo.
Número.
Wow, putting the
backpack.
backpack on
This
standing
is
up, that's
super
strong.
intense
Número.
play. 9-10?
Ai, meu Deus.
Oh, man, Deus.
Not much of a sweat. I mean, really needs big time help here.
Segura. Não,
Nem milagre.
Figura.
It's a 10 Jack, queen, or king to be live.
Figura de paus. Isso.
Oh, hello.
Agora, Tininho.
Oh, parabéns.
Bela bad que você me deu,
Parabéns
obrigado.
você.
Valeu.
Valeu.
Parabéns, Tininho,
How
você é
about a
bom
Jack?
nisso. Vira o
Just
rei,
for a
vai.
sweat.
Valeu, Tininho.
Valeu.
Pode ir?
Pode.
Jack, a paint sweat.
Tudo doidado! Bum, bum, bum! Eliminação dos bons! Meu ídolo, campeão mundial, chuveiro!
Puxa, pode
Bora!
Mas,
He said, I came to the champion of the world and
Obrigado, Pive. Daqui a pouco eu uso
chuveiro
mais.
is like the shower. Showers.
I know Shuba. Guarda Shuba, baby. Have a rain umbrella out when you go out. There he is, Jal
Bom
Samal.
tamanho antes. Eu vi que você tinha visto e você fechou a cara. Eu falei, puta que pariu, velho. Olha, velho. Alô, recreativo aí de casa. Vem comigo nessa batalha surreal. Vamos comigo. Quem sabe a gente não chega. Vem!
Saying, hey, creatives at the home, come with me. Who knows what's going to happen? Let's go. That's kind of what he's saying. He's calling you guys at home to go on the journey with him.
Minha torcida ainda é sua, falou, meu amigo.
Você é meu ídolo.
Mas se continuar me eliminando, vai ter que mudar isso.
Não, mas a gente tava short. O que é isso? Ó? É a Bíblia do poker?
riso, é o small blind. Hugo é o
Vamos.
Big Blind.
Valeu, GG.
Não fala segredo.
O que é aquilo ali? É pra ele senta em cima?
Ele soltou ainda, você não acredita no poder disso.
Ah, o que será que é?
Pelo
você
jeito
sabe,
não
né,
tem
filho?
tanto poder assim.
Se eu
Alto mar.
soubesse,
Fold. Pive.
Fiquei curioso.
eu acho que eu tinha 2
Renan,
braceletes também.
chama o João aí pro bate-papo e pergunta o que é essa bíblia do pôquer aí. Ele falou que tem um poder e ninguém sabe o que é. Conta pra mim.
Pive dá um raise para 40 mil fichas. Rubem.
Tão gostoso filar um Ice no Big, hein? Tininho. Te amo, Tininho. Rubem.
Anuncia all-in. Sage. Fold. Riso. Fold. Hugo. Também fold. Pive.
As. What a
Aí
hand.
já tá
2
bom.
aces there.
Rubem.
In the big blind too. That's nice. That's clean.
Onde? 10?
Full bolha. Pá de Ice. Pá de 2. Doido, né? Small contra Big ainda.
Adamar chipping up so far. Cumulative winnings at the table. Machado down a little. Leo chipped up. Adamar doing well.
And I think it's imbalanced here because I think it's not including the people that busted.
Yes. The people that have been removed,
Yeah.
that's not showing. That's why it's not adding up. But it adds up, just not with those guys gone. So here we go. We continue on. We're going to go down to a winner today. 150K Brazilian Real super high roller.
Também folding.
And Rizzo looks like he's got a little pep in his step after that big blind double. Look at this, A7 suited now. See what you got, Rizzo.
Pretty nice hand on the button.
Yeah, 24 blinds. This guy just looks like a character, doesn't he? Like you can just tell he's got. he's laughing. He can't keep his face straight. But what does that mean? Is it a good hand, a medium hand, a great hand? See if we can get something.
I mean, I would look at what he just did and think he doesn't have top. Like I'm going to rule out Jacks plus like Ace King.
I'm not sure. He might.
My guess is he doesn't have garbage because like that's way too like you're going to do that and then just like raise up like the 9-4.
Yeah.
You know, like but that would be my read on this. It's not garbage and it's not top of range.
Can we talk about two polar opposite players? You got Adamar Ladva. This guy's serious as cool as a cucumber, and Rizzo just chuckling. And yeah, he's sort of, this is not really close, but how many blind? It's 21 blind. It's for his whole life, and Adamar has him covered, and it's A7 suited.
I mean, they're kind of playing chip still, but so I mean, this isn't really an ICM spot, but yeah, it's probably too many chips. 24 total, right? Because he had more than the 21.
Otomar. Riso dá showdown de cortesia. 10 de espada.
They still have their bonus show? Can you see one hand? Maybe they've used that. I see someone has a green card.
Oh, did someone use the card
No,
there?
they didn't. I'm saying that could have been, like the green card is not in front of Rizzo, but some players have that.
E o profissional?
É só que eu tenho que esperar o menino vir aqui e autorizar, entendeu? Eu já vi, mas eu não posso autorizar sem... Senhores, novos blinds. 10,25, né? 10,25.
Vou a Porto comer um francesinho com você, hein, Rubem?
Me chama. Eu chamo ele também.
Eu moro perto do Porto também.
I gotta say, I'm enjoying the Portuguese little side chatter that I really do understand the majority of rest. I'm not claiming I'm fluent, but I do really know. I know what's going on. You know what I mean? I can follow along. I know if someone's pissed. I know if someone's having fun. I know keywords.
É o Big Blind.
O que é?
É inglês.
Ah, inglês?
É cheio de inglês. Então é só bar inglês, bar irlandês, está cheio.
Cheio de Ramon?
Cheio. E Ramon também tem, se quiser. Tem mais Camon.
Uma equação.
Mas a noite era muito badalada, né?
É muito mesmo.
Ali naquele centrinho ali.
6G.
É ainda assim?
É agressivo. Mais no verão, né?
Estamos no 25, né?
25.
No inverno é mais
raise
calmo.
para 50 mil fichas.
Julho, agosto.
Riso. Fold.
Yeah, by the way, at equilibrium, ace-7 suited is the worst pure call.
Também fold.
The worst?
Worst on the
Ace.
suited aces.
Oh, yeah.
Ace-6, I think, mixes.
Really? Why ace?
It's just because the big blind's supposed to reshove, you know, covering, and also I looked up chips.
Got it.
Eu nunca tive problemas nenhum, tenho amigos brasileiros, mas há
That's
pessoas-
interesting.
The big blind can have worse ace-x hands.
Quantas mãos for aí? Eu vou sair agora.
Yeah. I mean, look,
Jogo
against
para 2. Flop.
I mean,
Vive,
Yeah.
check.
Okay, that makes sense.
6. Aposta 25 mil fichas. Vive.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's very, yeah, that'd be one of the worst.
although, you know, given there's probably a slight amount of ICM right now, right, not zero. And also it's human ranges versus the computer. You know, do you want to call like literally one of your worst calls? I think it's totally reasonable to fold. I just think my point isn't more like whether it's the right or wrong play, just that it's actually quite close, right? And I think there are probably a number of people watching who just would have no idea that that's actually a close spot, right? It's like, oh, wow, 20, like 4, like, no, this is like a snap fold, and it's not. And some of those things can be a little surprising. But, you know, listen, also it matters who you're playing against, right? Like, you might be playing against people that are shoving way tighter than what a solver would do in the big blind, right? So remember, the solver's playing against itself, and whenever you check things, you should also check, like, the outputs, the other outputs in the solution to make sure you're like, oh, this is, like, good because this is how the people I'm playing against are playing. Or just be like, okay, this is the theory, but, like, really this other guy's going to be doing something way tighter or way looser, and so I should adjust.
A média é 700, 600. Não, 600.
But it's kind of just so crazy if you, like, sort of just thinking back because how, you know, I played poker or would think about poker like 15 years ago, and just how much more advanced this is as like a way to study poker.
Oh, queen 5, king, queen.
Little top pair versus top pair. It's pretty rough for the, I'm assuming the queen 5 there, the big blind.
Yep, they're all in. Very much needing help. Kiver is a 4. The king queen is going to hold, and
Se é filada, é uma filada boa de ver, hein? Duas fintas, hein? Dama.
he's had a tough series thus far. From what I've seen, busted, you know, knocked out a few. He's played the 20 KUS, 30 KUS. Very tough player though. He'll be around. I'm sure we'll see him in the highest stuff. And I think that's going to take us to the 2-table redraw, Rasty. We got 16 left out of 44, getting down close to about a third of the field left. So getting into the crunch time, but
We
again,
flew down there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
as expected with some 12 blind registrations, and there are short stacks everywhere. So we will be playing down to a winner, 6 cash, and we are getting to the juicy part of the tournament. See the redraw, we'll see, look at stacks, and we'll get to see which table out of the 2 left we will be entertaining.
Se eu ganhar este, eu jogo, eu prometo. Eu prometo que eu jogo.
Yeah, they do a full tournament redraw.
Yeah,
right.
Full tournament redraw. We will take the break, and we will be back with a newly arranged, mostly, I guess it'll be a mix of this table and the others. So let's see who we get. We'll see you back in about 10.
Hey guys, we're back, and we're in the middle of a hand. Looks like a connected pretty wet board. 9-8-6, 2 spades action. What's up? How's it going, Jay?
Akari's at the table, our guy. That is Andre Akari, and we're going to see a lineup of some new faces here today.
Yeah, he just got in town, I think. He was playing this yesterday. I had a little chat with him today when we were waiting for the tournament to start. It's good to see him.
Yep, he's a great guy.
Eu não uso nada de droga, só tomo vinho.
Eu fiquei reggae de vinho também.
Wow, that's kind of a dangerous card for Leo.
Eu não entendo nada, mas gosto.
In that, I mean, he's a big dog, and it's going to give him a reason, more reason to try to fight for this pot, which makes sense, frankly. He has a pretty good hand to take this this line with. That said, aces are aces, and they're not going anywhere right now. Audemars actually had a decision there between call and just put him in. You know, in my opinion, this board is kind of draw heavy enough that our opponent's almost certainly betting with some equity that we would love to deny. We're not that deep. I actually think that's close.
Ooh, spade. No one with the spade. Rizzo, this is always interesting when the player just completely misses. You know, he doesn't have a lot of maneuverability. He's got 11 blinds right now.
No, it's basically all in or close, like, you know, betting 200, kind of big bet size.
And I'll tell you what, Audemars with no spade, I think he's worried here. He does call. And he's going to see the good news. I mean, those are one of the hands he beats. It is aces. It's just hold 'em. It's hard to make a pair. The top over pair to the board.
It's okay, Leo. I actually kind of like the way he played that hand.
Yeah. Just ran
it's hard to bluff like aces are better out there. You're definitely trying to bluff weaker stuff. You know, you picked up quite a bit of equity on the turn with the queen. Now you got a double gutter. Who knows if a king or a 10 are good? They wouldn't have been in this case. And when you get to the river with king high there, it's kind of hard to have it's almost impossible to have a worse hand.
Right.
Really. I mean, I could think of a few, but you're at the bottom of your range.
You're not checking back and winning.
No, like maybe you could have like 10-3 of spades or something, but yeah, it's.
Which would have made a flush, right? Didn't the flush?
Oh, the flush, yeah. So yeah, you actually can't have a worse hand. Yeah.
Kari's got a mountain over there, it looks like. I don't know what denominations those are, but he seems in good shape. Ivan Luca back in the mix, 14 left. This guy's been deep in every tournament, 2nd, 5th, and now down to 14. He always just seems relaxed.
Anuncia race para 50 mil fichas. Andrea Cari con la acción. Ruben, 50 mil. Andrea Cari fold. Dan Almeida con la acción. Dan Almeida fold. Kenan con la acción.
All right, we got 30 people watching. This is again day 3. It's day 3 of our stream. Day 5 of the BSOP.
Brennan Brewski, hold the scarf up over the nose and shove the chips in.
Oh, Renan. He was in the gym. Saw him day 1.
Yeah. Yeah, I've seen him in the gym a couple times.
Tough player.
He was out at the WSOP like all summer grinding.
Yeah, he plays a lot. Very tough player. Audemars also plays pretty much every week in the GG Millions.
Pretty sure. I'm trying to think. I think 8s. Man, this is dicey.
350.
I mean, because the dealer's reshoving over. It looks. I think +1 is the low jack. So Rangers are kind of strong. I don't know if 8s makes the cut. 350. They are kind of shallow though. I mean, like the deepest stack that he has to deal with is Renan, who has, what is that, like 15? I do actually think I like this fold. I think you want at least maybe 9s, certainly 10s in my opinion.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's close. That would be a fun one to look up as well.
Sí, señor. Pasó botón. Así mesmo. Vou tomar esse bom blanco. Desculpa, meu amigo. Gracias. Vou tomar small blind e vai buscar big blind.
Vocês vão jogar o quê?
E o Tuga caiu?
Cara, eu tô um dia de cada vez. Venho, dou uma olhada, tipo ontem, por exemplo, eu olhei esse e falei, cara, tá encrenca, não vai entrar. Aí hoje, eu vi a segunda máquina do leite, tava bom.
André, cara,
Tem chance. Você vai em todos?
Não.
Yeah, it's almost about 400,000 going to first, 81K US dollar for the 6th place min cash and 2.1 million in reais. So 30K buy-in. There's the man, Andre Akari. One of the most recognizable, well-known Brazilian players. Won a bracelet early on, kind of helped propel Brazil into the poker on the map. He's one of the OGs in poker. Probably the player around the longest at the highest level, because there was another Brazilian that played really the first ever winner. I forget, it's drawing on his name, but he hasn't played in a long time, I don't think. So, do you know?
Curious? Sorry, what?
Akari's dad. My wife took a course from his dad in real estate back like 25 years ago.
Really?
Yeah. Somehow they.
Wow,
we were talking about when we
like
met.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's a very random thing.
Along the way.
Yeah.
So you're curious about? I looked up similar to this spot at Chippy V, which we're probably got some ICM right now. But at Chippy V,
9s or is it 10s?
No, it's actually 7s plus. And this is versus a 13 big blind stack, min raise, low jack, and an 18 big blind stack, which is a little more than the button had shoving. And it's a big stack in the big blind. 7s plus, ace jack suited, ace queen off. So throw in a little ICM, maybe change the ranges. Yeah, 8s is probably
right on the cusp.
Yeah, tough spot. So Audemars was dialed in with that. But yeah, I do feel like 9s would be a pretty safe that it's probably a good get in.
How much is he all in for? It's 65K. I mean, yeah, he has King 9. He's one of the worst hands. It's funny because actually Ivan probably not expecting to get many folds here, right? What do you think? Does he call? He took a time bank. It's like 65K to win 300. I mean, it's King 9 high.
What happened on the flop?
Didn't see the action. It might have been a bet and a call from Ivan Elite, I think. He just let all in here. Oh, wow. Look at this man.
Gets him to fold.
He did have a lot of outs. I mean, he was in trouble. It's a great result for him, of course. He's behind one card to come.
Amazing.
It's amazing, but I'm just, yeah. He's also shoving in against the under the gun. I mean, I don't think he's folding ace high there.
Probably not.
Right, so that's... Brazil's getting outworked here in the aggression frequency rest. They're at the bottom.
Ivan Luca's up there again.
Yeah, 40%, Audemars 20. But to be fair, this is, I think, on this table, which just started. So we're talking about 5 hands. There's the VPIP. Ivan Luca also there, but Akari, man, zeros. Come on. Can't be a national hero and play 0 VPIP.
Não, já que é com São Paulo,
Reisi para 50 mil fichas. Dan Almeida con la acción.
the 150K final day. We are here, 14 left. Akari in the mix.
Final. Relación. Final. Hold it. Leo hizo con la acción. Hold. Vou tomar.
Será que tem umas que não tem 20% de action?
Akari under the gun. There he goes. He's going to work. Adamar on the button here. King 9 suited. Interesting hand. Wow, look at that stack. 100 big blinds Akari has.
Wow, that is huge.
That's impressive. These guys have 10. So Adamar going to come in. Knows Andre is going to be raising a bit wide. He does flat King 9 suited. Happens to be ahead. Has position. Gets heads up. This is a good start for him. It's very fair fight though. Pretty even. King 9, Queen 10. Akari has the lead in the hand. And this one, wonder if Akari just gives up a bit. Or takes a shot. King Deuce 3, 2 spades. He has no spade. I'm sorry, he does have a spade. He does have one spade. All right, he is going to not give. That's not in his. He's not giving up. He's starting with the lead.
Vai. Vou tomar.
And I think Adamar probably is pretty straightforward just to call here, as with the weak king.
Vala 5-6, né?
Vala 5-6, 2, arma no fechador de espadas.
Tu tinha backdoor, flop, não?
Eu tinha.
Jogo de call também.
Turn.
All right, so spade, jack,
Muito dinheiro, não pode, mas...
Turn tinha que pagar 65.
Queen 10.
75, pode ir para 300, então era 20%.
Interesting cards. If not, Andre may shut it down. If it does come spade or a jack, and there's a 10, so this is actually one of those ones where he improves and may not feel he needs to barrel. He just jumps in the lead on certain hands. Does beat 9s, does beat some ace jack, ace queen that could flat. Pre-flop, not 3-bet. So I'm curious if he is going to just keep betting here. He is, looks like he is going to bet. And he is going to bet 115, so kind of smaller bet size.
I'm assuming pre-flop this was raised flat?
Yeah.
And what was the flop action?
Akari bet 2 blinds and a 7, I believe.
Okay, and now he's betting again.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a kind of a bit of a mergy turn bet here with a double flush draw. Normally you would expect larger sizings and to be a bit more polar on the value side, right? To probably at least stuff like top pair. So coming for like third pot is an interesting way to play your turn range. And yeah, I'm not making a comment. I just think it's quite interesting to what like a lot of people would do. And it does give you the opportunity to bet some more middle strength stuff like a 10 or jacks or whatever.
Yeah,
it also might buy him ultimately like a cheaper price on this turn and river action as played.
You might just check back. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
King, kicker doesn't play. Flush got there. He probably doesn't expect Andre to have a lot of 10x.
So it's just check, check. Yeah, seems reasonable at the end. Not much. Yeah, honestly, he didn't really lose much in that pot, actually, after turning second pair. But King 9 also not really a value. That's not a hand he's going to get a ton of value as with that run out. You know what I mean? Like King 9, he has a weak king. Scary board.
Yeah, like I think he's almost certainly betting King Queen for value, right? But then the 9 not playing. Like King Queen targets hands like King Jack or like your opponent having King 9, right? That are very likely to call.
tenemos all. Leo hizo con la acción. Leo hizo anuncia all in. Voy a tomar con la acción.
140.
140. Anuncia call, 140 fichas, Rodrigo fold, Will fold, Andrea fold,
All right, so we see an all-in. Leo Rizzo going to take a stand with 10-6 suited, kind of short. There he goes. There goes that man. He's standing up.
Me dá coração. Você tá apaixonado, eu só quero coração. 3 coração.
He's calling for hearts.
6 também. 2, 6, tô
He's
aceitando.
saying, I'm passionate, calling for a heart.
Oh,
Aí, a dama de
oh,
copa,
one
só
heart.
você.
Oh, that is a pretty grim situation for Leo, but he actually has 10% equity, but he needs help immediately in order to get runner-runner.
Yeah, that's GG. GG down at 13. Ciao, peace, deuces, ate logo. They say out here, is that peace? But fun guy, fun player, and we'll see him again, I'm sure, throughout this week. And Adamar just chipping up, man. This guy is
Tem quanto ali tu, total?
guy's serious.
250, 260. 100, 150, 210, 20, 30.
I'm in the mood to play Rasty. I think there is a 10K today, the 4 p.m. sort of one-day event. That sounds pretty appealing. Maria's going to come in. Maria got a nice day off too yesterday. Maria can carry a little bit of lifting for us today.
Dude, I will say this about this one-day event though. The schedule, like, it starts at 4. I believe the rebuy period stays open till like 11:30. So like, this tournament's gonna end late.
This is it's all-nighter.
Yeah, pretty much. Like if you win the tournament, it could be like 5 a.m. Which I mean, you know, there's okay.
Sure. Calling a little late tomorrow.
O que você acha? Empreendedor, pô.
Renan, the big guys, the Cowboys.
I would love to win this tournament, and I would hopefully get even on the trip, I think, at this point. Yeah, I'm in 350, 550, I'm in 700. Yeah, maybe first place will...
Yeah, it'll pay more than that. Or yeah, about that.
Yeah, maybe that or more. Probably need to win to get even. Second probably won't do it.
Wow, look at the ace-10. Just gets away from that race of kings. Nice. 6-handed. Whoa. These are tricky spots. These, like, you just... default, I've seen more aggression with the weak aces and versus call, but also folding, not crazy. But it is 6-handed.
Yeah, he comes with call. I do think you could find some like 5.5 big blind, whatever, 3 bets here. Again, with exactly what we were talking about before. Some of these like offsuit ace-x and really good hands. But wow, you got the kings. You raise it up. The ace comes. You're a little sick, but you're like, okay, it's against the big blind. Like, he doesn't have an ace all that often here.
Yeah.
But in this case, we can see that Dan does, in fact, have an ace, and this is a disaster for Brewski.
It is, but let's see. I mean, let's see how he plays it with the 2 kings. Let's see if, depending... One of the problems with calling the ace-5 is you hit this board and you're still not loving it, but you are not folding and you are ahead by a lot. You do beat hands, all the pairs.
Brewski might bet again on the turn.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's a possibility to get some heat, depending what the turn is.
I mean, it's kind of a brick. It does now give backdoor hearts a flush draw. Renan does have a very important king of hearts to block many backdoor heart hands that might continue, stuff like king high hearts. Much harder to continue, you know, like an 8 high heart flush draw on the flop. Renan checks back. Now, Dan on a lot of clean rivers has a potential value bet. That river's not super clean. You would generally think, though, that probably ace-5 was good on the turn. Not always, but a decent amount of the time when my opponent checks back. So he has a range advantage. It's a draw-heavy board, and he's checking, right? Now, the front door flush got there, which is kind of a big deal. And I think that's enough for Dan to just try to get the showdown. I can't imagine Renan doing anything other than checking. I do think even on the 4 of spades, I actually kind of feel like it's a close spot for the big blind in terms of value betting.
Yeah.
Also, like, he has a lot more chips, right? So it's a lot less ICM pressure on this type of pot size. His opponent does have ICM pressure. Yeah, it's could have maybe found a value bet there. I'll tell you, I like that spot more than the king 7 of hearts that we were talking about more. But they're both close.
Surpresinha? Que tipo de surpresinha? Boa?
Maravilhoso.
Tô brincando. Falou betar o River aí. Passar o presuntinho. Só no presunto. Tirar aquele salaminho no River. Meu sonho.
Para 50 noticias.
Vou querer não.
Não houve interesse.
Não houve interesse baixíssimo. Olha lá. Neto ali na tela lá atrás. Olha que coisa. No meio do salão. Ó.
Uma pose em terra.
Imagina ele depois de velho, os netos dele assistindo essa cena. Olha o que o vovozinho fazia.
Falava, avô, mas você foi andar de snowboard nessa?
Parabéns.
Tinha muito vento lá nos torneios de poker.
Foi subir o Everest ou foi jogar poker, vô?
Tipo aquele HU do Rexton, das antigas, que é no topo do prédio, o cabelão dele tá voando, assim, ó. Acho que o Net achou que ele ia pra esse torneio.
Check. 25 noticias. Acción, vuelta no gente.
Okay, king 10, queen 10, both missing. Again, such a interesting part of No Limit is just how often you actually miss boards.
That's really interesting because he chose a very small bet size, right? He bet 25 into 130. Was it 135? I mean, that's, I believe that's less than 20% pot. So, like, I actually looked at a spot like this recently, and I think once it's like B25 or more, definitely more, you're actually folding almost all your like king highs with no back doors. Like king 10 off is definitely a fold there versus say like B30, probably B25. But less than B20, dude, my guess is some of like your better non-backdoor king highs need to start defending. Like maybe king 10 off becomes like one of your weakest calls. Just because like at some point, right, like the C-bet size should affect your defense frequency, right? Like for pretty obvious reasons, like the less your opponent bets, like the cheaper price he's getting to stab, as you can see with nothing, and the way better, more importantly, the better price you're getting to continue. So
can you talk
very interesting. Like I think normally people are used to folding king 10 off there, but that bet's so small, I would guess, without looking at anything, he's supposed to defend, but it's one of his weaker hands. And I think that's one of the interesting things sometimes about not just using the bet sizes that like solvers always use, because I think like once you start doing things that people aren't used to, they don't play very well against it, right? Because like if you take a really studied player, but who's not, especially doesn't think that much about going off the rails and all that, that going off the rails can get them, you know, out of their comfort zone. But anyway, yep.
Yeah. Can you explain the difference between the terminology stab and probe?
I mean, it's kind of like the same thing.
But just on the flop or turn, or?
I believe these two words can more or less be used interchangeably.
Okay. And Akari knows this is actually a potential 4-bet jam with the positions and where he's at and covering, but he does give it up. He's got a nice thing going. You know, I don't think he needs to put in these high variance plays at the moment, although that's part of being the chip leader and understanding too. People know that you're opening wide and they're going to play back at you a little wider too.
Respeitar a tribete dos Nietzsche, pô. Não pode dar action pros Nietzsche.
Você é um cara respeitoso.
Eu tô ligado.
Fica tranquilo.
Oh yes, I had forgotten his last name, but the Martin I was referring to in the hand that I busted, who actually busted me, is Martin Cabral.
Cabral, that's what I thought you were
Hungry
referring
Hippo.
to. Okay, I've never heard that nickname for him. I've heard a lot of nicknames for him.
It's not even a nickname for him. It's just because he always puts this hippo. In fact, even today, I extra noticed it because he has this like very particular kind of almost OCD way he like stacks his chips and whatever. And we're all getting ready. The dealer's like dealing out the hand, and he's like finishing his stick chip
his whole deal.
configuration.
Yeah.
And then he's like, oh, and then he real fast like reached in his pocket like as the action is getting folded to him, and like whipped out the hippo and put it on the chips and like looked around and was like, whew, oh man, I almost like missed, almost forgot. So that's why the hippo in particular is standing out. But the hippo's always on his chip stack. Like if you see him on the stream, I will be shocked if he doesn't have a hippo on his chip stack, because he had it there every single time I played with him this summer, every time I saw him on a stream. And he had, not only did he have it today, he made a very big deal about getting it out in time for the first hand.
Yeah. It's nice to have a little trinket.
Listen, man, everybody's got their little
their
things, like
They got
wearing the same socks or jacket, the next day, or like, eating the same meal, or some people believe it, some people don't, but do it anyway.
Exactly. That's the funny part. Ivan Luca, I'll tell you what, this guy's a tough customer. And
dude, you know what it actually is, before we change the subject to talking about real poker? It's like the poker god version of Pascal's wager. You know what Pascal's wager is? In philosophy, do you know?
I am familiar. Remind me. I've heard it. I don't know. I couldn't tell you what it is, but I've heard it.
It's the idea that it's more rational to believe in God, because basically, if you think of it from like a game theory perspective, and you like box it into like the 4 quadrants, it's like if you believe in God and it's real, okay, good, like you go to heaven. If you believe in God and it's not real, you waste a little bit of your time. If you don't believe in God and it's not real, okay, you save a little bit of your time. You don't believe in God and it's real, uh-oh.
you effed up.
So it's like you look at the payout matrix, and Pascal's wager is that it's actually rational to believe in God. Now, I'm not sure that type of belief, God would really count that as true belief, but that's the idea. And to me, what I was just talking about with like wearing your jacket the second time or reusing your socks, that's like the poker version of Pascal's wager. All right? Because like there's people who do it and believe it and do it and don't believe it, but because just in case, you know?
Yeah, that's very funny. That's a great, that's great. Pascal's wager. I don't think I've not heard that. I've heard of that. Where's he from?
I actually am pretty sure I just invented this on the spot. I hope I remember it, because I feel like it's a kind of cool little analogy that I will bring up in future poker streams.
I'm going to check out who.
It's going to become one of my things. You know, like Joe Rogan always talks about like leg kicks or whatever, like every single time.
That is funny. I'm going to look it up. Pascal's wager. He's from where? Spain? somewhere in.
Pascal is a philosopher from maybe France.
Where is he from? Let's see.
Yeah, a French mathematician, philosopher, physicist, theologian. You know, one of those Renaissance men back in the day when human knowledge was small enough that you could kind of do everything. And he was one of those, like, do everything intellectuals. A little bit harder today.
There's a graphic for it here. Yeah, it's basically Pascal's wager. Believe in God, eternal joy, atheism, eternal suffering, no God, nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, no, there is a little bit of time saved on that side. I don't want to say it's a complete wash, but you know, the comparative difference is close to infinite.
Yeah.
Again, to me, this is not necessarily a super compelling reason to believe in God for at least the reason I just said, but I do think it makes for an interesting parallel to people in poker doing little rituals. Because you see stuff like that all the time.
Yeah?
All the time.
In sports and other things.
Eating the same thing, doing the whatever pre-game ritual, having something on you, clothes you're wearing, something you did that day, little superstitions.
He's from 1623 to 1662. Didn't even hit 40.
Blades of glory. Only the good die young, man.
Well, I think also just life expectancy was kind of a big...
It was tougher back then as well. Although mostly it was because of how many people died as babies and children. But yeah, I mean, all along the path.
Well, look at Akari just asserting himself there with 9. Saw a little, we'll call it a probe from Ruben out of the blinds, and he took 9s, turned it into a kind of a bluff, or a semi-bluff there. You saw that?
Yeah.
5, 7, 8, Jack. He had 2 9s, was a bet, and he just gripped it and ripped it on our friend from Portugal. Akari's playing to win, man. You can't. It's hard to bet. I gotta believe he's one of the. He's got 100 big blinds right now. Akari's another.
It's gotta feel good. He was just. When I was talking to him, he was talking about how he's doing all these kind of business things. He doesn't get to play poker that much anymore, but it is nice to hop right back in and just like smoke it.
Still got it. Still in there. He is a CEO, I believe, founder of Furia.gg, one of the biggest esports teams in the world in Brazil as well. He moved to Miami recently. I'm spent some time with him coming up. He's a fun guy.
Yeah, he said he was in Miami now. And I was thinking, oh, okay, Jeff. Have you met up in Miami?
Oh yeah, we spend it. He actually used to live in Boca, and we would drive there for dinner once in a while. He would come down once in a while, but that's a hike. It's like a 2 hour and a half drive. But we would now we'll have a little more time. Kari's been around, man. He's a little bit older. He's in his, he's been playing poker for a long time. He was one of the original guys in Brazil, literally.
Is he older than me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he's probably 50.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm gonna actually look it up. I want to say don't maybe he's got older children. I should know this. I'm trying to think.
Yeah, it says it's 50 on Wikipedia.
Yeah, that's my.
45.
All right, we got a little situation here. This is a good flop for Alameda's range, but Akari has one of his best flats, and definitely not going anywhere with ace-queen, heart or not. A turn will be interesting on a blank or not a blank. Not a blank per se. King was already strong. Now it's much stronger. Does bring the double flush draw. Almeida has one of his weaker hands. Could find a barrel with this. Especially if he goes big. That's super uncomfortable for Akari.
So interesting as well on the all-time Brazilian money list, Yuri Martins, who we were talking about obviously with Brick here, is number 1 with 8 million all-time earnings. Bruno Volkmann, 5 million. Marcelo Aziz, the one I told you last year, got second from a free roll at the Bahamas. He is there. So there's some of the best players in the world here, and we're seeing a check on the river. What do you do here?
Do you go bet, check, bet with this as a bluff? It has very little showdown value, because if Akari had a hand like 7-8 of hearts, right, like he's going to bluff the river himself. So you can have the best hand, but when you have the best hand, your opponent is bluffing super high frequency. So it does make sense to have this slide into a bet, check, bet line. And makes a lot of sense to me. He's betting, what, 125 into 225? So a little over half pot. And Akari's got a tough decision. I mean, he's beating all bluffs. Our opponent probably doesn't have 3 kings very much, can have stuff worse than 3 kings. How often does he not bet, like, say, queen 10 or jacks or queens himself, right? But could even, for this bet size, start sliding into stuff worse than a 10. Would be thin, but maybe good.
He is under the gun, Dan. So
yeah, but that's why I mean stuff like 8s.
Yeah. I don't think he's betting 8s, but I do think...
I actually think it's not unreasonable. Andre's going to value bet a 10 or better somewhat frequently himself. And I do think very interesting.
Nice hand there. Nice buff.
Quase você levou, né? Mais 125 ali.
Ou perdi 125 também.
Like, what I'm saying is most people don't play that way. But it's probably good. Like, my guess is solvers start doing stuff like that. Because why? Because the big blind can have deuces, deuces and kings, can have a bunch of deuce X, whatever suited hands. So you're getting value from them. The big blind can have 3s, 4s, 5s, 6s, right? So it's like you have your 9s, 8s, 7s. Yeah, sure, you're losing to a 10. A 10 might value bet itself, and you can get called by ace high and worse hands. So, and it then lets you bluff more. Because otherwise, if you're only betting a 10 or better, all stuff that you might have bet on the turn, all of a sudden you're just like only bluffing the river. You know what I mean? Like you just have a lot of bluffs.
Yeah, it was an important pot for Dan there, hanging tough, almost 30 blinds. Very short stack there. Ruben, 5 blinds, see if he can get something going. We are 2 tables left, playing down to a winner, 6 cash, 12 left, so very, very intense time. There's Issa, the dealer. Dealer's done a phenomenal job for what we've seen on the broadcast. Everyone that I've talked to says the staff is incredibly well versed, and I got on a sidetrack. I was thinking about who was the #1 all-time earner in Brazilian history. It was Alexander Gomes for a while at 3.7 million. Now there's multiple people past that, and multiple here. Felipe Tavares, 4 million. He's here. Andre Akari's here. Pedro Padilha, 3.5 million. He's here. Yuri's here, who's 8 million all-time earner with 8 million from Brazil. And the big blinds with 5-6 off. What do you think of this to Fen Rast versus the hijack King 9 here? Audemars has a lot of chips. I see people fold this spot a lot. 5-6 off. I mean, he's covered.
I mean, I think it's one of these hands that as you start putting increasing ICM pressure in this specific big blind configuration, you start to see it go from a call to a fold.
Yeah.
And so some of this just has to do with how is Almeida, assuming he's like aware of all this, probably is, like how is he perceiving the ICM pressure on himself? And it looks like he's perceiving it not to be that high, right? Like he kind of wants to play for some chips. Not saying he doesn't think there's any, but it's not super extreme, which makes sense to me. It's paying 6, right? So we're still like 50% of the field doesn't cash, even though it like feels like you're close because there's only 12 people. So I don't know. I think I like the defend. personally, if I'm going to like weigh in on what I do. But not something I think is strong one way or the other, or that I feel super strongly about. Audemars picks up the king, checks it back. No barreling. Wow. We've got 6 high. Our opponent checked back, which is not great in a certain sense, but also should mean he's not super strong. Kind of like one of these spots you might feel obligated to bluff.
It feels almost like you hit the king. He bet like king high or king 10 or whatever, one of these king highs, and probably as played, he's just going to call the river. I don't see another way he's going to bet, and then there's just going to be a pretty.
But I mean, the thing is, Dan can have a bunch of ace X and can have 4. Yeah, so he's going big, which I kind of like because he's cards are around the 4, and he wants to pick a size that he can bet both a 4 and an ace. And you really want to put a king to a difficult decision, right? Like, biggest thing we're targeting is a king, also an ace for chops. And
this is a great bet. This is going to probably work. I mean, I was thinking that he would call, but on this size, yeah, it's a healthy ask. I mean,
I'm not sure the 9 is like a very relevant card. Yeah, look, it worked.
Did it? I thought he put a time card in.
Oh, it's a time card. You're right. I thought he was putting his cards in.
It's a very nice bet. This would be a terrific call. But as played to check back king, I think, 4, yeah.
I would say this river spot is not like super complicated, but this is when big bet poker becomes like, okay, it's figuring out what's going on here is not that hard, but like, does he have it or not, And Audemars, not saying he should have called, but didn't pick correctly that time. And a well-executed hand by the hijack.
Yeah, Dan's showing us a couple bluffs all of a sudden. He just got a few through in a row.
E aí?
Fiscal de TEL.
Fiz certo, de acordo com o teu cardiologista?
Caralho, eu podia ter usado isso contra você, esqueci, cara.
I don't know what Renan said, but Dan looked over and was like, "Are you sure? Are you a cardiologist?" So probably making a comment about the heart rate monitor.
As notícias não são boas.
Você teria me pego com as calças na mão ali, né, Tony?
Capaz. Só tentando prestar atenção.
I'm going to go ahead and guess. I'm going to guess Audemars doesn't speak Portuguese.
No. Yeah. That's a strong guess.
That's my read.
It's from Estonia.
Yeah, they're over there talking on the other side of the table in a spot where they think Audemars doesn't know what they're saying.
Yep.
And Audemars right back on the horse. This is one of those spots where you're like, oh man, like maybe I'm just gonna pass this next one, but nope. And he's got the chips. There is some ICM, 50%. And the ace-9 off, so short. We're talking 5.5 blinds here. Moves all in. That's so little Audemars has to call any open. We'll be happy to see that he's not that far behind. And in fact, somehow this is 50-50 based on the cards that were folded, which I wasn't paying attention to. Check that out.
Yep.
The right cards got folded, and this is 50-50. It must have been like an ace got folded and like no queen, jack, or 10 or something. Wow. That flop is one-way traffic, ladies and gentlemen. Oh. Esperanza, as they say, hope.
A mandiga da cadeira.
Esperanza is right. He has got from Bob Hope, a little bit of Bob Hope from No Hope. Oh, with style. GG. Ruben played well, got deep in cashed yesterday. What did he take, third? Or no, actually second, right? He lost second, that's correct. Rafa got third, and still going to be having a profitable trip thus far. All right, we're getting close to hand for the final table, I believe. Although, again, 6 will cash, so that's not going to put us into close to the money or the bubble, but it is still nice. You make the final table, you're getting very close. And I look at one of the major rooms here, the Sheraton WTC in São Paulo. Ivan Luca, 11 blinds. Renan needs some help, and Akari is dominating as well as Adamar. 70, 50, 30, 11. So about 20 big blind gap between each stack effectively. Kind of a funny layout there. Akari definitely in the driver's seat here. Not sure the chip stacks other table at the moment, but get close to that final table. 80 people watching. Hello. Please say what part of the world you're watching from. Hit subscribe. Wave in the chat. Cabral is still in as far as I know. Leandro Barros in the chat. Adolf Mayer, hello. Alessandro Miranda. Fabio Haman. Good to see everyone. Welcome in. Jeff Gross, Brian Rast. We have Maria Ho joining later. She was here at the start. Isadora in the mix. We got the Brazilian broadcast next to us. We're having fun launching this BSOP English version. Hope to have this on all the stops. Please give a follow across that on all the major socials, Instagram, X, all of them. Give a follow, tell a friend. We'll get some giveaways in the future going. We're going to get everything getting from scratch. This reminds me of the old days. Twitch, YouTube, building the channel, no one on, 0 subscribers, into 100 now, 80 people watching. Very cool. I'm happy to be here. This was what I knew was a project when we talked about in the summertime, and it is kind of fun to build. So, speaking of building, Ace Jack trying to build chips as it is dominating the Queen Jack. Queen Jack suited though, diamonds. Respectable hand. About a 70-30. Diamond important. Oh, 2 diamonds. There it is. Has a chance. Ivan Luca, man, this guy's a bit of a magician. This is a very important pot for Dan. If he loses, we'll have 20 blinds. If not, he'll be in good position. He does fade, but this is more outs now. Takes away a queen, picks up an ace or a 9, and he's got the whole deck, and Ivan is going to find the straight. That is a big run out for the man that is just doesn't like to leave tournaments, I've decided. That's my read on Ivan. He's never worried. He's just like kind of expects it, which is powerful. Energy's powerful. Man is dialed in. All right, we'll go on. We'll keep it rolling. Keep on keeping on.
Nice run,
Dan Almeida makes it, gets it in. Pretty standard spot there with those hand stack sizes. And again, got to have a little bit of luck. We saw Hafa hit a couple times behind. 4-1, hit both, and then ended up taking third. So, you know, Ivan back in the game in a big way. And Akari under the gun as the massive chip leader. Ace-4 can't fault him for raising. And Dan instantly looks engaged. Knows that Akari is going to be raising wide. Maybe just giving him a little bit of a, trying to slow him down a little. 10 left all of a sudden. So we are on that final, the hand-for-hand bubble to make the final table at least. If you get down to 9-6 cash, you're very close. 60% of the players remaining will cash. And all of a sudden it'll be 66 as we see Ivan Luca with 22 blinds. I wouldn't be shocked to see him just put pressure, but calling's fine too. He does leave in dominated hands. I'm curious on this. Okay, King 10-10. And Akari going to see bet. Certainly not folding. He's got the ace of spade, jack. Knows he's going to be beating a lot of hands here. I wonder if he just raises right away, too. He is going to raise. So I really just, you know what, the more I watch Ivan, the more I just really appreciate his game. So he doesn't re-raise Akari here. It's five-handed under the gun Akari raise. He just flats ace jack. And now not only just, doesn't just call, he is putting pressure on Akari. And, you know, nice recognition here. Without a 10, it's going to be hard for Akari to do much. I mean, a king obviously would stick around, but nice. I'm curious, Rast, with ace jack here, 22 blinds, Akari raises, five-handed on the gun, massive chip leader, ace jack off to just call or just kind of send it there. I mean,
well, he didn't send it, right? I mean, he made it like 160. He still would have had a healthy amount.
Pre-flop.
Oh.
I mean, I think I like.
Yeah, my guess. Where did Akari raise from?
Under the gun, five-handed. So.
Yeah, you could definitely ship like mid 20 blinds. In fact, that's probably the standard way to play it, right? Even with some ICM. But yeah, instead he called and found interesting check raise. I would love to see what he's going to do if he gets called. Interesting spot. But yeah, no, I can appreciate the creativity. You know, I'll tell you what, guys. I did just take a quick bathroom break. I'm back. One of the guys on this table, I ran into, I feel like 3 people from the tournament. One guy who I didn't talk to, Martin Cabral, came in there and was talking to me. And then another guy who's at this table and I think doesn't make it was in there as well. I'll just leave it at that. I got a little peek into the future. It was crazy. I couldn't believe it was like a poker convention in the bathroom.
I love Brazil how they don't say the R's. Hayes. It's just what is that? Do you know that? That's how you can catch a Brazilian. You ask them to say squirrel. That's the way you can catch. You know a Brazilian. My wife taught me that. It's a hard word.
Squirrel.
They don't say it very. Yeah, it's a tough one to say.
Yeah, it kind of becomes like an H sound a lot. Reais, reals.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of funny words that you can trip up with the little nuance in the language, and we see here aces to the ace crackers,
pocket rockets. And I'll tell you what, these guys, for this deep in the tournament, they're relatively deep. We're talking 70 bigs, which is, I believe, the chip leader, and a 40 big blind button open. So this is going to be 3-bet, and you got 7-8 suited here. You're calling a 3-bet.
It's funny because Akari's definitely doing this with like ace-4 off in all these hands. So this is even.
There may be deep enough that I don't know if you want to have ace-4 off a ton here because you get called too much and it's not that playable. But yeah, like ace-4 suited, for example. I think you want to be. I think when you start digging into the ace-4 off, once you're talking like sub 30 blinds, right? Because you get a lot more folds.
Oh. That's a scary board for aces. Do have the diamond, but.
Yeah, it's connected, right? So you could already be losing, unlike disconnected boards where it's much tougher.
And Ademar, although he flops a draw, it's sort of not the best scenario, right? You're hoping to hit this like pure, just.
Well, I'll tell you the tough thing about this scenario for Ademar. It's that you realize on some level that you might have to be putting a lot of money into this pot on the river as a bluff. It is hard for you to get to the river with 8 high, but he might do that. You know what I'm saying? You're also unblocking an ace, which you'd love your opponent to have an ace in your hand because that means they probably have at best 1 pair. Could also have potentially the nut flush draw, which if it bricks out. So it's like the scary thing about this is you kind of know where you're at and you might end up bluffing a lot. You know what I mean? So you know, which is kind of fun. It could get the heart rate pumping.
Yeah, yeah.
You're like, I might just be all in on the river with a big old bluff.
Yes, and they are 1 and 2. About
Yeah.
4 hands ago, it was 70 blinds, 50 blinds. They were 70 and 50, 30, 10, 7. So, I mean, they're the two big stacks. Yeah, you're right. He did start with only 40, though, I think, in the hand. Or no, he has 36 still, and there's already, yeah, he had about 50 blinds to start. And Andre just coming with it.
745. Wow. Okay, I think you can just get away now. I mean, 8 high, flush draw, 1 to come.
I think also part of Ademar is realizing, though, like, he doesn't really ever have Jack 10 here. I do. Does he ever have King Queen? Yeah. He could have
Dude,
a 3.
he can have aces, kings, queens, ace
I get
king,
it, but
king, queen suited.
No,
king,
I
jack
understand,
Suited.
but I'm
He
saying-
can have a lot of good hands.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just a pretty easy fold to like 2/3 pot. I mean, that's a healthy bet. You know what I mean? Like,
That's kind of nice for Akari. You get to ask to get shown, and you actually have it. You got like a really good hand. Like, yeah, guy. Of course, I had aces.
oh, he used
got
the
shown.
card.
Yeah, yeah. It's that's actually.
Não, ninguém puxou. Ah, do celu? Nossa, nem perguntei, cara. Fui lá pra ver se tinha algum short. E aí era o creminho só. Vai com calma então no meu big, tá, né, Túlio? Pra você não bolhar, a situação é complicada. Não adianta jogar no meu azar que eu perco um e ganho um.
Vou
Acabei de
tentar
perder.
seguir a tabelinha.
Tabelinha?
Consigo, porventura, tem um range a menos.
Você gosta,
Doutor,
né, Túlio?
o card.
Porque às vezes vai que você segue a regra de jogar contra quem tá na descaída, né? Aí, isso daí é uma boa.
Poucas
Né?
regras são melhores que essa.
Hã?
Poucas são melhores que
Poucas, não tem estratégia
essa. Na
melhor que
verdade, esse
essa.
é o jeito de ganhar no cassino, né?
É, também.
Você procurar quem tá zicado e compra.
E conta.
O cara vai preto, você vai ver.
Ó, o Neto levou a sério o papo de jogar contra quem tá na descaída. Serginho foi ali, você fala pro cara e colocar o pet. Eu falei, do Midas? Ele não.
Você não ia querer que eu colocasse do Midas.
Ué, por que não? Eu falei pra ele, estamos com o legado do Acaritinho com nós, pô. O cara é da família já.
This is fun time. 10 left. Big money up top. 5-handed play.
Reis, 60 mil. Na cara. Tudo.
Olha como melhorou, né, pra vocês.
Here's another ace-5 for Dan.
Tem umas pecinhas novas ali.
Ace-5 off, but versus the dealer off of about 20 blinds.
Jogo pra 2.
Things are working for Ivan.
Yeah, great
this week.
Great flop for him right now. Dan, not so much.
Ivan, check.
How is shoving all in from pre-flop ace-5 there? Is that wacky, or you think that's close? He could just shove there.
I don't think it's wacky. I think it's kind of close as to whether you can call, do a small 3-bet, or shove. My guess is ace-5 off. It's more into the call and like small 3-bet to go with the very top of your range stuff that isn't jamming. And you pick jam more with like suited aces, but it's probably not that big a deal. Oh, you can hear Martin Cabral in the background.
He said, "Are we playing the hand for hand? We're not in the money now. Why are we doing that?" But actually, there won't be hand for hand to get to the money. It makes some sense, right? You don't want to be someone if you're 5-handed and the other table's playing slow. So makes sense. Nice to late c-bet, Ivan. What a turn. Just had top pair, turns the second nut flush draw. 75 on right now. Welcoming everyone.
Calma, acho que vai eliminação.
Okay, Martin's fired up. Good or bad, we don't know.
Duas vezes, quem que puxou o pote, vocês não tiveram a capacidade de trazer a informação correta.
Mas
Também
o
que seja algum
Kelvin
poker
tá.
no som da Poker News.
Ele entrou no Max Leite, tá com 1.200.000, então.
Só tinha uma missão.
Pode ter sido ele, um pouco.
Pode ter sido qualquer um da mesa, é isso? Pô,
Tipo isso.
confiava no seu jornalismo, cara.
Jornalismo do Netolho como jornalista, vamos ter que
Maria Fifi.
arrumar o melhor, viu? Péssimo, cara.
Acho que ele dobrou lá. Ele defendeu o Big e ficou com um blind pra trás.
Ei, 60 mil. Vamos. Fold. Atari, fold. Não.
Jack 10, Ace 10. Audemars going to work with the Jack 10 off, Dan with the Ace 10, and folds it. Oh, that was pretty fortunate for him. Would have run into the buzzsaw, would have had the short stacked Renan, who's going to get a good spot, but again, it is going to be a fair-ish fight, not dominating the hand, so he is going to have to fade some stuff.
$185.
All right, we're going to see 5 here and a nice looking PLO hand, Ace, King, Jack 10. Everyone's got live cards.
Não muito. Eu esperava.
Eu tinha uma tua aqui, uma dele aqui.
Ah, boa.
Man, I got a bad feeling about this for Brewski. Despite being a 2-1 favorite.
Heart rate reasonable.
Actually quite low compared to most of the time that they show it, right? Very rarely have we seen lower than 80.
Yeah, that's in the lowest. Audemars.
Oh.
Oh, this is a guy that can really get into the green there. Oh, Ace 3-4. Better feeling.
Chegou
for
bem,
him.
Galinha. Só segurar, só não. Vamos remirar no flop, né, cara?
Oh,
Ai.
What?
Hold on. Wait a sec.
No, he's not going to go runner.
That would be cruel and unusual. Oh, he fades it. It looks scary.
I was just looking up that Ace-5 off spot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
But I looked it up for both chip EV and for 50% ICM. Or, you know, like pay 150, 300 left, which is actually about where we are, right? It's like pay 6 from 12 left. Majority play is call.
Well, 10 left, so it's less than that. But
Yeah, but it's still probably the best.
Okay.
Majority is call. On the chip EV, it does have a little bit of both 3-bet and shove. On the ICM, it's basically mostly call with a little bit of shove.
Okay.
And actually, it seems to be one of the offsuit ace hands that for some reason shoves the least. Like it's basically pure shoving ace-4 off while, you know, mostly calling ace-5 off. What I would say looking at that is there's probably some weird like combo matching you could get into as to why it does it. May or may not apply to real human being.
Yeah.
But like, I think the idea that you can kind of do any of that is sort of probably fine. With probably though the main two plays being call or shove. But yeah.
Raise, 60 mil. Não.
That's the Akari we know, man. Just raising it up with the 6-2 suited. And it is hand for hand. I'm a little curious why Renan's taking time here.
Essa eu não.
Maybe just a little balance.
Era
But
só charme.
Adamar, king 6 off. The next biggest stack, I guess also Dan Almeida is right around there. King 6 off, gonna call.
Isso aqui ajudou muito também na. Tipo, antes era.
Zach dominating Akari for what it's worth, and 6-2 suited gets a little bit extra life on this flop. This is tough to play when you know Akari literally is opening almost anything.
Yeah, this is interesting here. What does he want to do with king 6 off with a diamond, but it's the 6 of diamonds, not the king of diamonds. Like, this is a hand that it has some options. It's versus what, third pot? You know, we could fold, call, or raise. You can make kind of good arguments for each.
155.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, hello.
I kind of like this play. He sort of has a hand that's obviously bluffing, but you can hit a bunch of cards that are good. Folding is probably a little too weak in general from a defense frequency standpoint, but it's not like completely ridiculous. Mixing some calls and raises seems best. And Akari sticking around, and we're playing some poker this hand, ladies and gentlemen.
This is a poker hand. Actually, the 4 he's thinking about too. Some draws, maybe he's check raising. Is a 4 ever a really big problem for him? And that card is nice for.
Bingo, bango! Raise the king 6 off and drill the king on the turn.
Yeah.
Adamar is loving it. He went from shit, what the hell am I going to do, to okay, I probably have the best hand. So now he also has to decide what is he going to do. I mean, checking and betting here are both reasonable. Like, you're going to have a lot of check raises that want to give up. You'd love to have our opponent bet very low equity hands, such as the one Akari has, and trap them, right? Like, king has no overcards, only an ace.
Yeah, Akari easily could have the ace 4, ace deuce though too, right? That's like a
that hand
very
might
reasonable.
call a bet.
Yeah.
But a hand like this, which is super low equity, probably doesn't call a bet.
No,
right?
for sure. That's why it's
like you bet again, half pot or something. Ace 4 might peel, right? But you know, yeah. So now he's basically turned this into really like the strongest part of his range that plays this way. After check raise flop, check call turn, having a king is like right near the best hands he can have. So he's probably calling almost any river. This is one of the scarier rivers. In one sense, you do have to ask yourself what ace-x hands call the check raise and when check to bet the turn. Because like maybe ace 4 checks the turn behind, right? It doesn't always bet. So this is a scary card, and also is a card that might make Akari more likely to bluff. Yeah, he's already bluffed, right?
And he went all in.
Not surprising. And now the call is like a little bit less automatic, but I do still expect Adamar to call.
Wow. Wow, what a hand. This is sick. This is sick hand.
I will say having the 6 of diamonds isn't great, right? Like you are blocking a bunch of bluffs, like 6-7, 6-4, 6x of diamonds, but it is hard to have a king. Yeah.
Wait, did he?
Yeah, he called.
He called all in. Wow.
He's going to get the double.
That was a fantastic hand all around. I actually really like the bluff by Akari. I mean, it's kind of a crazy hand.
Yeah, I think when you get to the river there with 6 high, kind of like have to bluff. Not very happy about it, but it's stone bottom of your range. You sort of bet small enough on the turn. Your opponent could maybe find some check calls with flush draw hands as well that are just beating you.
Yeah.
Like you literally can't win when you check back. You have the actual worst hand possible, right? Because I think actually 4 deuce makes a straight, so you have the nut low.
If we check the raise flop.
All right, and we got a record, Rasty. We have 92 people online right now, which is shout out to everyone in the world watching the BSOP English broadcast. We welcome you. Please hit the thumbs up. Please subscribe. England in the house. CJ, what's up, my friend? Isadora, she's around, ready for some interviews. She's never far. If you guys you might even see her on the camera there as the pan out shot goes. So yeah, pretty.
I kind of like how everybody played that hand.
Me too.
You could actually say maybe the biggest criticism, I would guess Akari's not supposed to open 6 deuce suited right now. And I don't think ICM is high enough for that hand to make it into an opening range.
I actually, you know what I would like to see? If Akari's going to open, to go like 3x or 3.5. Like, you know what I mean? Just start doing some weird open. Like, because you shake some other stuff. Like, people, you know what I mean? Like, mix in some, or 2.5 or 3. King 6 off is like not an easy call there in the big blind either.
Yeah.
Is that crazy if you have the chip lead? Just kind of deter people?
If
you're going to open that wide.
There's plus. I mean, the thing is, if you're opening super wide, people can just 3-bet or
I
jam
understand,
on
but
you.
so open 3 blinds with ace queen off. Open 3 blinds with your worst hand if you're going to open a lot. I'm just saying, you know.
And now you're losing a whole extra blind when you get re-raised. You know, there's pluses and minuses with everything. You're risking more, but you are giving, especially the big blind, a much worse price.
To be fair, yeah, it's probably not a great idea when you have guys with like, you know, very short stacks that you then have to like give them the extra chips. So yeah, fair enough. I'm just.
It's interesting. I'm not saying good or bad. I'm just presenting why that isn't like just the obvious thing he should do. Counterpoint.
I'm saying this hello. This is actually
deep,
wow.
though.
This is wild because Akari goes from penthouse to potentially playing a big hand here. Is he going to 3-bet? No, just call, right? They're
Might
deep
not.
enough. No, yeah,
because it's like they don't really want to play a huge pot, and I think his 3-bet range for value is going to be stronger than 10s.
Yep.
Right. With some ICM, probably enough that it's getting up to jacks or queens.
Okay, well, this is potentially won't be a huge pot, but Akari might get back some chips as right now. Pretty safe board, ace 6 7.
I think versus this size, 10s heals against somebody who's still opening pretty wide. Like Akari might be opening a little less wide now, but again, the one guy who covers him is in the small blind, which is the worst position, and he has a lot of chips. We just saw he's opening extra wide with the 6 deuce suited.
Oh,
so
that's a little spice. That makes things more potential, and the board gets a little more connected.
Yeah, I would say normally you'd expect Otmar to generally fold versus second barrel, and like, does that give him enough equity to call, right? We'll find out. Akari's probably betting this again.
10s with no diamond. Does Akari barrel here? Like, you know, obviously some suited Broadway with diamonds.
Could check back.
He bet.
Yeah, he bet, which is, and it's not a big bet. Like 105 into 280. I mean, we're talking, what is that? It's less than 40%. So pretty small bet. I think Otmar might call this now that he picked up the gutter.
He does. Okay, well, nice result for Akari getting 2 streets here. I don't know if it's a 3-street type of hand, but ace 6 7 8 diamonds come in. No player with the diamond. Probably content with this, but I don't know. Akari's could be a little greedy here. I don't see It's a strong hand, ace queen. The diamond, backdoor diamonds come in. Wow, he's
Yeah, he doesn't have a diamond himself either.
Yeah. 3 streets seems ambitious, but good for him. Gonna go for it. What do you think about this river bet?
It's a real dicey spot, I'll say, because a big part of the flat range stuff like Broadway cards all fold, if not on the flop. So our opponent has a lot of stuff that either connected with the board and the 8 probably helped, or ace-x. Backdoor flush got there. Our opponent's going to fold worse hand, never folding better, and going to fold worse hands some. So it's kind of like real dicey.
Real dicey, but also Adamar trying to see if Akari was about to lift up.
And do we ever get check raise bluffed?
Right.
Right, which is another fact. Like if you're never getting check raise bluffed, not dicey because we probably have the best hand more than half the time, even including getting called. But then if you throw in any times you get check raised off the best hand, now it's like, dicey.
Listen, we're at 90 viewers. We appreciate you. Don't go anywhere. We're going to take a short break. We will be right back.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the stream. We're going long, we're going strong. We're here down in sunny São Paulo. Although today's actually not that sunny, but can't tell inside the casino. And we're gonna play some poker. We're getting down in this 150K. Size of the buy-in's going up. Playing for more and more money. This tournament got a healthy turnout due to a lot of max late regging, and those players have been flying out as we've gone from, I don't know, like 30 down to about 10 or so players right now. You can see them coming back from break, taking their seats, getting ready to battle for a lot of money, and the winner will take home this impressive trophy that you can see in the foreground here.
Yeah.
Got Andre Akari, long-time Brazilian poker star with a pretty nifty white jacket there, I must say so. Sitting down.
Uma dor nas costas bruta hoje. A idade acho que não permite mais tantos dias de jogo. Pode ir.
Small blind, big blind.
Did you get the
Yeah, I got it too. Done com ação. Fold. You know.
Ten big blinds. I'm not going to play the 10-9 offsuit in the cutoff. That's for sure.
Also, you can play chess?
I used to, yeah.
What's it?
You?
Hold you.
Subfish.
I don't know how to play.
Oh, I think we got a walk.
That's my biggest, I'm sad about it because I always try to, not try, but I always want to learn, but I never did. You play professional?
No, I never played professionally. I played serious, when I was young, international competitions, but never professionally. But I quit when I was 20.
Where are you from?
Estonia.
Yeah. Crypto country.
Crypto
Country. Everything's
Crypto
about
country?
crypto, yeah.
Sounds like Anamar played a lot of chess up till he was 20 international competitions. So I think a long time ago, I mean to be specific, pre-solvers, I don't think there was a lot of crossover from, say, chess to poker, right? Like it's just a different game and how you would study and get good 20 years ago. But I do think there's more and more similarities with solvers becoming more powerful and how useful studying is. I'd say chess is still a game that involves more studying than poker, but poker is definitely directionally going that way. For better or for worse. Some people probably like that. Others, maybe not so much.
Quanto é que tá a média lá? Tu consegue ver pra mim? Ah, tá aqui.
1,100.
1,100, obrigado.
Folding, vamos lá. Forte. Vou pare.
Tá com quanto, né?
405. Não. 405 mais 20. 425. E um sonho.
Pontuação.
All right, Luca here, ace-4 off in the cutoff. Dicey hand. One of these hands that for chips is right on the cusp, maybe even a fold. Again, if we're playing tighter because of ICM, you would think you'd want to fold it, but then ICM shifts ranges pretty drastically towards high cards, so having an ace is pretty big. So, you know, might actually be an open, but Luca also doesn't have a great stack to open a lot off of, right? I mean, we had Andrea Kari, one of the chip leaders on the button. We have a 10 big blind stack in the small blind, which can reshove. So my guess is this chip configuration does make us want to play even a little bit tighter. So I like the ace-4 off fold there, even though I do think sometimes you might find opens off of a 20 big blind stack, for sure, in the cutoff. Even with some, you know, whatever this is, ICM pressure. You know, we're at 10 left, pays 6.
Fold. Akari, fold. Done. Dan anunciar in. Renan com ação.
Pretty easy shove with an offsuit ace there for 10 blinds on the button.
Quanto é?
And Brewski doesn't have a decision here, so not entirely sure why he's taking time, because it looks like we're hand for hand, so there's not even a good stalling reason. I mean, there is no chance he's ever calling 7-5 offsuit there. I guess unless he has a brain aneurysm or something. and feints at the table, and while feinting, his hand accidentally pushes chips out to the middle, it would have to be something like that for him to put in money. 10 blinds with 7-5 off in that spot. But nevertheless, we wasted 15 seconds of our life so Brewski could look at everything. Which again, if it wasn't hand for hand, I would say maybe he's just doing it to waste time, which guys do when, because you want to take less hands than the other table. But hand for hand is there to mitigate that. So, not entirely sure why Brewski did that. But as your faithful commentator, I will call people out for what seems like completely pointless stalling, and I will continue to do so.
Dando com ação.
Não.
Não, fold. Que não.
Ou pode ser um as 9 também, que você não qualifica nem para ganhar o low.
O as 9 da derrota.
Nem
Ih,
o low,
acho que cantou ali. Acho que brilhou.
Eu quis intimidar o Lete aí.
Fold.
Não ia, não. Nem botou a boquinha dele ali.
Now, Ottomer has a hand he's definitely going to play.
Parei.
Got about 40 blinds here in the small blind. King 10 suited. Pretty good hand. Not sure how many blinds the big blind has, which hard for me to say. I guess the big blind doesn't have that many blinds. Yep, only 20. Nice stack to put some pressure on.
Small blind. Okay, big blind.
Cara, tá frio aí. Você tá com. A mão tá congelando.
Só fora. Dando com ação.
Yeah, just in general right now, guys are like taking their time pre-flop. I actually wonder if we are actually hand for hand. Can we get a confirmation on this from the producers? Because my read is that either we aren't hand for hand, or these guys don't know that it's hand for hand, because they're all taking like their full pre-flop time to fold, which nobody ever does unless it's when it's hand for hand.
O que era?
Okay.
King Kong.
Vou dar uma cortesia.
So I have gotten confirmation. It is correct. They're on hand for hand. But I feel like some of the behavior to me is behavior that generally you see when you're not hand for hand, and guys want to make sure the hands take longer, which is totally unnecessary when it's hand for hand, which is, by the way, why tournaments go to hand for hand play, is because this kind of stalling and time taking year after year kept getting more out of control. So that's why shot clocks have been implemented in part. That's why hand for hand is implemented, including even other measures in some tournaments. But yeah, I'm just commenting because like guys taking the full 15 seconds or whatever pre-flop, usually you only see that when it's not hand for hand. So it's very interesting to me right now. He kind of, Renan actually has a little bit of a decision. Maybe
raise, mini.
This is getting towards the bottom of his range here with some ICM pressure and 10 blinds. 5-handed, so the hijack. This is a fringe open, but he's going for it and got some bad news, Brewski. Got some bad news. Think you're about to get 3-bet by a hand that has you down under 15%.
$145.
Crazy. 145.
And wow, this is quite a small 3-bet size. It's under double. We went from 2 big blinds to like less than 4 big blinds. And now Dan with 8s. This is kind of a close spot off of 11 blinds. I mean, the action is pretty strong. Yeah, I think with some ICM, I like this fold. I mean, we actually looked up a spot a little bit earlier where I looked up chips and 8s was a get in. But again, that was, I believe, slightly later positions than this, or maybe similar. It was low jack button. Big blind. Wow, Renan's light open saved the big blind. Normally this would go kings opens the cutoff, 8s jams, kings calls.
Wow, what a hand to come back to. Yeah, that's a butterfly effect.
Dude, that's a super, that's the thing people don't realize in some of these. You watch a poker tournament and it's like, I've been gambling, you know, I've been playing poker for 23 years. I see these spots and you just realize like what if Dan Almeida over there now goes to win the tournament when he's like probably out now.
Reporter, and we have 10 players left on this field, and that may be the moment that we're going to define our final table of the 150K high roller. I'm super excited, and here we have our next hand, our next all-in call, and let's see what that's going to bring to us. Will the bubble burst now, or we're going to have some more time of our great 150K super high roller here at BSOP Millions 2025.
Oh. Not like that. Is that ace jack to ace 10?
Oh, I flopped the nut flush, ace 10.
Is it over? Is that he already has it? Yeah, he's got it, and that is a double, or that's the all-in button, right?
Yeah, so double, we're going to keep playing.
Yeah, we're just going to keep it rolling.
But anyway, going back to what I'm saying, it's like, I mean, Brewski probably a solver's folding king 6 suited in this ICM off of 10 blinds in the hijack, right? He reaches down, finds a light open, and now kings 3-bets and 8s folds, and that's totally shifted something that probably would have happened. Now 8s could win the all-in versus kings, but you know, 80% of the time, the guy with 8s is on a bicycle, and that's a totally different tournament moving forward. You know, and it's like these like small little perturbations in the force cause massive ripple effects. This is also known as chaos theory. So
this, I got to say, Ivan Luka is about to pull off a trifecta here. He's gotten second, fifth, and he is looking pretty good to make it to the final table yet again. This time not guaranteed a cash. But impressive stuff, right, Brian? You go play 3 tournaments and just rip off final tables and all. I mean, not huge field sizes, but still easier said than done.
Telefone? Telefone você já fez, deve ver se eu vou atender ou não. Né? Telefonema quem fez foi você. Vou deixar você fazer o teu interurbano lá pro Rio Grande do Sul.
O Rio Grande do Sul, ligação no meio da roça.
Tá tirando meus áudios, inclusive.
Então, vocês podem ver, quer ver?
Tira aí pra nós.
Dama Valoff.
Essa tá boa já, não tá?
Já,
Tá.
nossa senhora. Na situação que tá vendo o Netolho aqui, um valete já tava tranquilo.
Here we go. We're looking at cards.
Troca, cara, 25.
Vai tirar essa aqui, eu te uma
Ah,
pra
não,
mandar no Netolho.
Hã?
Chama pra mandar no Netolho. Mandável.
Passável.
Você tinha um rei 8.
Tá? Dama 10. Uma 10 tão bonitinho, dá até vontade de pagar o teu aqui já. Vai coisa pro caralho.
Dá vontade de pedir pro cara voltar e dar mini raise.
Temos online, outro bem blind. E vamos.
You know, something I was commenting on that you're going to notice. So they are for hand. I got this confirmed by our producer, Gabriel. But, like, these guys, many of them are taking, like, the full 15 seconds to, like, fold bad hands. Like it isn't hand for hand. In particular, Brewski's been doing it a lot. But even other people. So it's like, I almost wonder if these guys know they're on hand for hand. Because
they can't. Because these guys are these are the top guys in the world. They wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do that.
Like there was a hand where Button shoved for 10 blinds, and Brewski's in the small blind with like 10 blinds.
Yeah,
and he was
deuce
like
3 off.
7-5 off.
I saw him deuce 3 off too. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's just like full 20 seconds fold. It seems like every hand he has an obvious fold, he's going full 15 seconds.
Have you had this coconut water before?
No.
Told it's like the best beer in the world, and it's his thing
really?
in Brazil. Yeah, I'm gonna try to grab some. I saw that around here. Was told about it. I haven't tried it.
Oh, our producer's gonna hook us up. Yes, please. I love coconut water.
Yeah, it's supposedly really good and high quality.
Yes, it's got
a lot of good properties.
Yeah, it's got some electrolytes. It's
tastes
nice.
good.
It's got some
chilled.
nutrients. Tastes good.
Jello, muito jello. Needs some cold coconut
There
water.
are some differences in calories in different ones, but for the most part, it's pretty low cal for a non-zero cal drink. It's very hydrating. I actually, I've started drinking coconut water pretty often when I'm exercising.
What's your preferred coconut water?
I stopped buying Harmless Harvest. I do like that one, but it's actually higher in calories because I think, not saying they add anything, but whatever coconuts they use are sweeter. And I've been buying one that's just like less sweet, less calories, and I think it tastes good. I think it's the Costco one or whatever.
Kirkland maybe.
Yeah,
That one's good.
Kirkland.
That
Yeah,
tastes
yeah.
pretty good.
It tastes good. It's nice. It's not very sweet. Oh, here we go.
I'm here once again because we have maybe the bubble will burst now. We have another all-in call in our secondary table here. So let's check what happens and if the bubble is actually going to burst.
The final. Oh, I don't know if I can hear me, but the final
Ace
table.
and king against the pair of two. Let's see the flop. Ooh.
Oh, what the heck?
Whoa,
What
we
kind of
have
flop is that?
The king and the ace coming in the flop. We have the two as well. Let's see what the turn brings us. The 10 of hearts and 7 of clubs. No bubble burst. We are still here, and I'll be here as well to be your bubble reporter, and I'll see you soon when this bubble bursts, either here or over there. So stay tuned for more BSOP Millions 2025.
That is the most action I've seen on a bubble, non-bubble bubble for the final table bubble that I've ever seen. That was ace king to deuces, ace king deuce. To clarify, we don't think the players actually know it's a hand for hand because of how maybe a bit slow, but this is not to make the money, so we can call
Also,
it the
yeah,
final table bubble. It's
the
not
final
actually the
table
bubble.
Yes.
Let's get the bubble
And if we're
terminology
continuing
right.
the bubble terminology, I would say Issa's very bubbly in her
Super bubbles.
approach.
There's
Very bubbly
bubbles for
in the
days.
approach on the bubble.
In Brazil.
But it's only the final table bubble, not the money bubble.
The Brazilian BSOP bubble,
In
non-bubble.
Babril.
Babril.
We're in
We're
Babril.
in Babril. Oh, my goodness. It's a lot of bees, man. What is happening? There's 93 people on. We might hit a hundo. This is a milestone. I hope they got some giveaway for the viewers teed up, man. Like a little something like BSOP merch or something. Can we? I'm just gonna put our crew on blast. Can we get a hoodie out to someone in the chat? I mean, we're gonna hit 100. That's a big deal. Going from 0 to 100 in 3 days. So I'm just gonna put it out there. 97, Rasty. People are coming. They're coming. They're coming out. We're gonna have 100 people. If you blink, you might miss it. I'm watching.
In what tournament are you talking
about? In our chat.
Oh yeah,
97, dude. From 0,
that's
that's insane.
Guys, listen. If you leave, just leave. Don't leave the YouTube. Just like go do something and leave it on.
Yeah, be around.
Come on. Gotta get this over 100.
Let's get them. Let's get this sorted out. Guys, can I get a moderation tag? Ras2, we're in the chat. Maria's going to need one. Can we get a little sword? Can you guys make us a moderator?
That is me in the chat, Brian Ras.
I know, but I want to see.
Imposter,
I want to see you at the sword, like a.
Well, apparently I asked.
All right.
Less than a minute later, I'm here again. We have another all-in call here on our secondary table. Let's check if that's going to be the moment that the bubble will burst. Seven, 5 suited against 7 kings. Oh, ooh. The 8 and the 6.
Wow, what a flop for
of
7-5.
diamonds comes in the flop with the jack of clubs, and 10 of diamonds comes in, and the river is 3 of clubs. Once again, no bubble burst. I will stay here, and I'll probably be back in a minute based on how things are going over here. Things are going fast. This bubble wants to be burst. Let's see who's going to be out of our final table. And just a quick reminder, yesterday we had a really hard final table, and this one will be the same thing. It's not because you're in the final table that you're going to get some money out of it. So stay tuned for more BSOP Millions 2025.
Quem que ganha o win automático?
That's Rafa Marias, the CEO, got third in the 20K or the 100K, if you will, reais. And I got good news for you, Rast. If you like bubbles, we're going to be right back on another bubble with 7 left. We'll be on a money bubble. Yeah.
Down here in Babril.
Oh, 100. We have 100 live on the chat. You might as well screenshot that. Boom.
Vamos pensar se a gente vai bancar o Pelé hoje ou não.
We are rocking, boys and girls. We got 103 on. Welcome in, everyone. We got some coconut water to celebrate the 100 on here, and it's cold.
I think Alameda's going to pass this 8-7 of diamonds. It is tempting to maybe rip it in, but
cheers.
Boom.
Cheers to coconut water. Cheers to 100 plus on our BSOP English channel. This is called LYNV. Not sure what it stands for, but is it delicious? I haven't tried it yet.
Yeah, it's very good.
Let's see. Muito bom. Muito bom, beleza. We are in good shape. We have got bubbles coming up. We're watching a very intense moment in the tournament.
Oh, Brewski's got the ace-5 off and ripping it in with the 8 blinds. Can't blame him. Very reasonable. And going to get to the big blind here. What do we got in the big blind? Oh, doesn't look good because the cards are going face up. 4 money goes in the pot. Yep, queen deuce off, not going to call.
Rosita. Big blind.
Renan, com ação.
All right, well, this has been a theme, and not to be surprising that we will see everything tighten up a little bit. But to be fair, we've seen a lot of all-ins and doubles. It's not really like there's not money going in or people are just sitting back. So we have seen a lot of all-ins.
No, there's still a number of short stacks in this tournament. Multiple guys with like around 10 blinds or less.
Yep. And
Nem olhei ainda para não passar nervoso.
wow, gets the walk. That is great news. He had the ace, a king.
Oh, a paint, and oh my goodness, he had queens.
Wow, the card removal effect. And definitely not, wouldn't be crazy for a card to shove there. I mean, 7-5, like for covering significantly, knowing his opponents.
Or even like, you know, I don't know how much Dan has, but let's say he's got like 15 blinds. You just go with the 2.75x, or you know what I mean? Instead of shoving some hands. You're just putting some money in the pot, you know?
Yeah.
Ai, 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 olha os vols que a gente
What's up, Hustler? Hustle Harder. I like the name. Good to see you guys. Dan Wergau 101, baby. He's in the chat, repping the USA down here in Brazil.
Gostei.
Gostei.
Não, coisa
Tô
boa
pegando
não.
até um walk de coisa boa.
Tomou um walk de rei, ou de dama-dama, agora eu tenho.
Um walk de coisa boa, gostei. Com coisa boa, não.
All right, ace jack off. It's a solid hand. Let's open it up, see what
Você ganhou um
happens.
walk com 6-3 suta de hoje, esqueceu?
80 mil.
80 mil. Wow. King 10, ace jack. This hand is.
The hand is a. This hand is a fold. Here.
It's the hand I lost my bracelet to rest. Ace jack to king 10, all in pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yep. My head's up. WSOP. It hurts. So king 10's powerful. I'll tell you what. That hand can really do damage in a lot of spots. It's
Sure,
a taxi
but-
cab, and no, you can't play there.
Yeah.
Just a
But
personal.
yeah,
one.
no, it's, you know, king 10.
It's not nothing.
Got some things going.
It's got things. It's called a taxi in Houston.
Really?
Yeah. You go to Vegas, and you come back. Go on an airplane, come back in a taxi if you play king 10 off. That was, I don't know where it came from, but if you talk to someone in Houston, they know about that.
Oh, wow. And now Brewski has king 10. A hand he's probably going to think good enough to defend the big blind. But we could, someone folded his exact two cards. I mean, this is a spot where Brewski's going to defend a little bit tighter than normal, but like king 10 is just too good. And we could see, because they actually count the folded cards and the odds, it's made it 70-30, which it normally wouldn't be that extreme. This is an interesting flop in that it is better for Brewski because he's not going to be playing some of his very worst, like bad offsuit combos, like Jack Deuce off, you know, given ICM. He will only be playing connected hands and not super low, so he actually hits this board a lot more often than Ottomer does with like unpaired cards, because Ottomer's kind of only raising big cards. Obviously the overpair discrepancy, but just actually hitting this board. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Renan gets some leads. But I'm not saying you'd love leading king 10 off, no spade. No. Will he make it like 140K? He was thinking about it. Goes with no. It is hard to have a non-all-in raise size there, really.
Pensando que tipo de ferramenta ele anda trabalhando.
Que não foi pré e não acertou.
140K was half of his
Você tem
chips.
dois joker?
Estou trabalhando com o tempo.
Não, tudo bem, isso a gente sabe.
Não, eu quero saber o que você tinha.
Rei 10 off.
Era 6, 8, 6, 5,
7, 8, 5. Coisa maravilhosa.
Um sobrão.
É. Cheio de Azof lá com conexão.
Small blind or big blind.
106. I mean, we're just going to keep setting records left and right on here. Welcome in. Let us know where in the world you're watching from. Please hit that subscribe button. We are on the final table bubble. 10 left, 44 started, 6 cash. About 400,000 US going to go to first. Over 2 million reais. Ivan Luca looking to go 3 for 3 to the FT. He got there, Queen Jack suited, all in to Ace Jack suited, no problem. Got to get it in sometimes.
See, this is an example of what I'm saying.
Yeah, there's like to be some. And that's a disappointing hand to see in the small blind.
Yeah, when it's folded to you off 7 blinds.
Yeah, there's a lot of high hopes to do things.
Cara, o tel que eu peguei pra ver que você tinha dama dama é muito foda.
Psicografou, porque eu não tinha visto que eu tinha dama dama.
Mas às vezes o corpo lê coisas que você nem percebe.
O Net achando que o coach dele de Live Tells é bom, imagina o do Akari. Que ele viu que eu tinha dama dama antes de eu ver. Você tem que pegar o telefone do coach do Live Tells do Akari.
Falei, o corpo reage às cartas.
Você viu que a energia tava quente aqui na região, né?
Você precisa estudar aura.
Aura.
There's a lot of people in that 10K one day.
Constelação.
Tem uns atletas que acreditam nessa daí, hein? E não são poucos.
Feeling a heads up, Rasty. Me and you heads up back to Premier League days.
Man, that would be
so fun. Commentators like that talking about booth magic. That would be just an absolute stamp on the week.
Daí pra frente é só alegria, pô.
There is a PLO tournament too that's fun, but it's smaller.
I would be able to get even, and you'd book a nice win. Let's go.
Yeah. All right, one day at a time. Maybe just get in the money. Maybe let's get 2x starting stack. Let's get a little something going.
I'm trying to win. Let's go.
Yeah. I do. It is nice to watch though the tempo. It definitely helps, man. I think there is something you said. As we mentioned, it's very different to watch a stream a little bit casually versus like.
No, actively watching, maybe looking up some spots while you're doing it, like being involved. Whether, I mean, obviously we have to analyze and talk to you guys, but if you're able to do that at home, you can get a lot out of these streams. I mean, like some of the top players in the world, like one of the ways they study is watching streams. Now they have, oftentimes they're playing with the guys that they're watching, but then watching, running hands, you know what I mean? Like it's plenty of really good poker players do that and use these streams as part of their study, toolkit. So, I mean, I can just tell as well, because like, I've mentioned a few times, but I haven't played a no limit hold'em in a tournament. That's the summer. Played very little like straight no limit. I mean, I could just being in this booth, her audio's not going to be good, so we're going to keep going. But like playing, this is like the most I've been playing, thinking about no limit. You can feel the rust just peel off. But anyway, let's check this out. It looks like there's an all-in. What do we got? Jack 5 and 6-8. Okay. So we know 6, 7, or 8 for Jack 5 to hold. There it is.
Is that a double?
It looks.
It's Hoffa. Hoffa, the CEO, staying alive. Little fever. He is in. This is the man hard to remove. He's going to keep it going.
And that was he was extremely short because he's just doubled 3 times in a row. But that was a little bit of a healthier double there.
A little more chips going his way.
Chips,
yeah, a lot of chips.
So now he might be closer to $1 million now, which is
out of the depths. Yeah, it's not nothing.
Like it looks like he has over 20 bigs for sure.
But how did that get in then? Because he had Jack. Oh, maybe it was probably he made a call on the flop all
big blind defense. Yeah, and you had middle pair good kicker versus it was. I think the flop was like 4-5 king. You know,
gutter.
Middle pair good kicker. Someone's got a gutter.
Yeah, and the 8 and 6 were live. That was actually sweaty.
As notícias não são boas pro restante da mesa. Opa. Errei. Mais uma.
I heard hey, that means king. Someone had king somewhere. Earlier they're reminiscing. It is a.
Não, 20 para flop e 30.
Wait, no, he doesn't have a million. You think he has a million chips? He's got 25 bigs then?
Dude, I'm pretty sure they threw him 4 orange chips as like what he got paid. So that would imply that he has at least 800. So somewhere in the 800 to a million range.
Você falou que ia trollar o Kelvin, eu não botei fé que você botou lá ali mesmo.
Eu trolei, mandei o vídeo.
I mean, it's not, you know, it's not that much. We're talking like 20 to 25 bigs. I mean, it's solid, but he did just double 3 times in a row.
He's out from Dustville, though.
Yeah.
It's a,
So you got to have something. You're going to win 3 doubles in a row. Like, when you start with like 2 or 3 bigs, you get 3 doubles. You end up with like 20. You know, easy.
E aí, Tini? Como tá? Tudo bem?
Vamos aceitar mais walk da cara, então.
Caralho, você tem que lembrar disso pro resto da vida. Você é seu parceiraço.
Parceiraço. Eu tenho 1 milhão agora. Parceiro. Espero que eu tenha vários parceiros desse aí que me deu uma dama. Mas eu entendi que foi de coração ali.
Foi. Não tinha como eu saber, né? Então foi só do bem.
Se eu soubesse, até dava um aí pra me dar uma ajudada. Né? Eu pra eu tentar desviar do 7-5, ó, filho. Tá com cara de telefonema esse aí, cara.
Meteu o TR, agora
E
vai.
tá com cara que vai ser atendido.
Tudo na tela.
Eu não. Anunciou all in. Outro.
All right, Brewski finds the shove with 7 bigs. King 9 suited gets out of the way. Jack 4 suited will be getting out of the way.
How much? Two 8. 280 mil.
Eu sabia quando ele fez a mãozinha.
oh, Akari. Snap all in. No waiting. No.
Que a primeira ação é 20.
No waiting. Just rips it in the ladies. Dama Dama.
Aqui acho que não vai dar.
And Renan, and not the fun spot to be behind.
I mean, at least he has an ace.
Yeah,
But yeah.
He's darker. There's tougher spots. Got the wheel. He's got things going. Ace 5 is alive. 2-1 favorite only. Queens seem like they should be much more ahead, but the flop's the big part. That's where you know if you get a little extra hope, maybe a wheel draw, flush draw somehow, or if you're just down to an out, or you get there. Oh, Jack 6-7. That's not.
I mean, when you rip Ace 5 off
Sem ser aço, o que você quer?
from wherever, like the hijack, and you get called by even for 7 or 8 blinds, when anyone other than the big blind puts chips in, it's pretty hard not to be in bad shape.
That's true, and that is a life card. That is life. Loses a card, but picks up out. So I guess, yeah, he's asking for the Quattro.
4-9 or ace.
Not going to be it. That is our 10th place finisher. Renan, great player, fought hard, ran into the buzzsaw of Queens, couldn't improve. 10th place, and that is our first bubble of 2 bubbles. That is the final table bubble. We are at 9. We will get that final table situated, but 6 only cash. That means 7th, 8th, and 9th will go home with nothing, and we will take a break. We will be back to get you that final table.
We are now.
Yeah.